A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
And welcome back, everybody, to the FIDE and Chess.com Online Nations Cup. We're getting set here for rounds 7 and 8, and we're getting closer and closer to finding out who will be the two teams competing on the day of Sunday. Mother's Day is coming up. It will be the super final, the top two teams duking it out to double their money. And as we preview rounds 7 and 8 and get the show started, let's bring on my partner in crime, Grandmaster Robert Hess, as he's chomping at the bit here to remind everybody. Why don't we start off at the top? What exactly is the Online Nations Cup, Robert?
Well, that's not what I was looking forward to reminding people of, but I surely will do just that. And the Online Nations Cup, there are 6 teams from 4 countries, one continent, Team Europe, and then a team from the rest of the world. And we have $180,000 in prizes, and it's the first ever online event of its kind.
Can't wait to see what ends up happening in this event, especially if we're able to make it an annual thing. It'll be more and more historic to see who can defend their title. But let's remind everybody of how those 6 teams got here. They were invited. It is a double round robin event, and just like traditional team matches, it's 2 points for a match win, 1 point for a draw, 0 points obviously for a loss. The super final, as we said, coming up on Sunday. You saw the standings briefly there for a second, and we'll talk about it more and more obviously throughout the day. But if it's a tie, then the winner from the double round robin is just declared the winner. The time control, 25 minutes plus a 10-second increment. And, of course, there are 4 players playing each time. So, really, each team has 6 players with a couple of alternates and a captain, but 4 players competing in each round. So, let's talk about the standings. Get ready here. We're only a few minutes away, as usual. We got to start talking about the chess pretty soon, Robert. But, you know, it's Team China, Team China, Team China. Marcia right now at the top for everyone else in the Brady bunch here. But Team Europe and Team USA is getting more and more exciting to see the race there. And, of course, Russia not really out of it. I mean, I think it's fair to say that India and the world are probably not going to be dancing on Sunday, right? But everybody else still has a chance at this point.
Yeah, the bottom 2 teams are pretty much mathematically eliminated, or if not now, they will be after one more round. But you look at the top of the standings, and you're right, it's all Team China thus far, spearheaded by Ding Liren on board 1, been a very solid performer, winning a couple games, drawing the rest. And Yu Yangyi has been a star for that team. And then you look down in second place, I mean, the way Levon Aronian has been playing as of late is just instrumental to that team's success. And of course, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had that last-second grinded-out victory over Jan Nepomniachtchi when the latter aired in a tough endgame of queen and pawn versus 2 rooks.
So many games yesterday we could talk about. We could just do our own highlights show, right, or videos on it. But there's been a lot of instruction, a lot of craziness. Of course, we had an amazing miniature by Vichy Anand, and then a very classy tweet from Jan, who just kind of acknowledged it was a tough day for him yesterday. So we'll see if the Russian #1 can bounce back. But there's a lot that goes into what makes each of these teams successful. And as we look at the players and how they're performing on the boards, you start to put a little more emphasis on what went into the captains choosing those players to be there. And that brings us to our daily question today. It makes us wonder, we've been discussing, you know, the idea to put not Magnus Carlsen, the idea to put Hikaru Nakamura on board 1 and Fabian Caruana on board 2. The idea to put Yu Yangyi on board 3, right? A lot of these things are what the captains are thinking about. And maybe we'll have a captain to discuss this with at some point before the event is over. Of course, Garry Kasparov looking good right now for his pick of Levon Aronian on the team.
Yeah, he is for sure. And, you know, if you didn't already appreciate his prowess as a chess player, add captaining to his resume. And, well, it must be hard for Viswanathan Anand being player and a captain. But as we look forward to the round that's about to happen with Team China taking on Team Europe, that is the matchup to keep your eyes on, because China in first place, Europe in second. Europe can even join them in a tie for first with a match victory, or Team China can give the rest of the teams a chance here by knocking off Team Europe. And if, say, the USA team or Team Russia, they'll have a new found confidence going forward.
Yeah, and of course, if Europe wins that and we have a tie for first, that would also be a crazy way to bring us to the weekend. Team India and Team World are, of course, battling out, unfortunately, at the bottom of the standings, but that doesn't make the games any less exciting. We will have Anand versus Rajabov, Gujrathi versus Alireza Firouzja. Going to be awesome stuff. Hari Krishna, of course, taking on Jorge Corey and others. Team USA versus Team Russia. This is a big one here. Obviously, Nepomniachtchi wants to strike back. He gets another game now against Hikaru Nakamura, one where he pushed too far early in the event and ultimately lost a game for Team Russia. So I don't know that we expect that to happen again, but Jan is on a bit of a downward spiral, and it'll need to turn around first thing this morning if Russia is going to stay in the chances to finish in one of the top two places. So the games, I'm told, are only about 180 seconds out. That's a fancy way to say 3 minutes. So we're going to take a very, very quick break, Robert. When we come back, we're going to be diving into the moves here. Rounds 7 and 8 today ahead for the FIDE Online Nations Cup. And we are back here getting set for rounds 7 and 8. Those will be the games covered today, and these will be the players probably playing in both rounds. Robert, as you spy the board ones getting set to throw down here, anything pop out to you?
Well, of course, Vishwanathan Anand's chin always does, because we get this angle. And Hikaru Nakamura's new bookshelf looking spiffy. Looks like he added a few things there. But on a serious note, these players are so excellent. And you look at Dingley Ren, you look at Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That is such a vital matchup to both of their team's successes. Levon Aroni had won 3 straight games at some point, so we were giving him a lot of credit as he deserved. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on board 1, that's kind of the leader of your team, taking on all of these superstars on the top board.
I thought you were going to point out that it looks like Jan shaved, actually. So things were not going well, and Jan is looking clean-shaven and fresh today to throw down against Hikaru Nakamura to start things off.
And he's going to need to be in his finest form, because after yesterday's debacle, 2 losses, 1 a miniature, 1 being ground down in over 100 moves. He needs some fortune to go on his side, and maybe a new look will help his cause.
Yeah, and as Jan tweeted, it was a bit of bad luck too, right? He ran into some 10-year-old prep by Vishy Anand. That happens as much as it looks ugly, right? I guess it does happen from time to time. And we have tons of respect for Vishy and his team of seconds, especially as the prep they prepared for World Championship matches 10 years ago, Robert, apparently still relevant, right? And then you've got a really tough game against MVL, where he defended brilliantly and unfortunately came up just short. So again, an interesting storyline talking about Jan, but because he is such a talented guy, one of those leading the FIDE candidates at the halfway point, it's definitely been a focus. And if he turns it around, will that be what Team Russia needs to turn around their fortunes here in the last couple days of this event? So it starts right there, as we said. Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and that'll obviously be a big focus of ours as the round gets going today. We'll flash the others, of course, from this particular matchup. Artemiev getting the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. Wesley So gets the first move against Sergei Karyakin, and then the fourth and final board has not gotten underway yet, but there it is. We have Gorachkina versus Irina Krush. So that is the USA versus Russia matchup. Where else to go? We can talk about the top board between Europe and China. I mean, really, this is the matchup for the top of the standings, Robert, and this board one matchup is going to have a lot of our focus here.
Yeah, and you look at the pawn structure already from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's locked in his light square bishop with his pawn chains from b7 to d5 and f7 to d5. So it all comes down to this d5 square, which is a nice essential point in the position, stopping white from playing e4, maybe a knight jump from black to e4 anyway. But that bishop on c8 doesn't really have air to breathe, and there are multiple options here, including b6 and eventually developing your bishop to the queen side, or playing for pawn to e5 at the right moment, though that's not going to be so easy with this bishop on b2, pawn on d4, knight on f3, all staring at that square.
It's interesting. You mentioned the knight on e4, right? I mean, does black consider playing a move like this before the bishop comes to d3?
Yes, for sure. And you gain space by playing knight e4. Of course, on the downside, you may get double pawns in the center that aren't so easy to protect.
Right. I was wondering if I mean, it seems pretty early. Obviously, you risk a lot when you start having to play moves like f5 to hold onto the pawn. But as MVL was giving pause here to think about where he wants to go, like you said, all other plans are a little bit slower, and he does play knight b to d7. We expect Ding Liren to play bishop to d3 here. So this was an interesting move order, not a mainline d4 or e4 game. A ready, I guess, by the technical ECO, some sort of English opening. And we see Ding Liren immediately playing bishop d3, so there will no longer be any questions about knight to e4. All right, well, I kind of want to head back to the Hikaru Jan Nepomniachtchi game, because it's not just a heavyweight matchup, obviously huge for USA and Russia, but now it's going to be another very interesting Grunfeld. Hikaru playing the knight a4, the not in Jan variation.
I was going to ask you if you knew the name of this opening, but then you cheated and saw it on chess.com, didn't you?
No, actually, in fact, I have a lot of very personal stories. Nadin Jan was my personal chauffeur in Moscow when I spent a summer there, taking me back and forth from Dvoretsky's apartment to our Norm tournament. And he and I actually spent a lot of time talking about this opening.
Wow, I take it back.
That's not a joke, actually. So I appreciate the call out, because it led to an interesting story. But no, indeed, Nadin Jan invented this line a long time ago. And the whole point, everybody, is you're avoiding all main lines of the Grunfeld where black is going to capture and then induce pressure here with the typical kind of c5 break. But knight a4 says, I'm losing a tempo, but that's because I want to play e4 as soon as I can. But what is surprising is this move, Robert. This is not the standard approach. e5 immediately by Nepomniachtchi. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Well, you've wasted time by putting your knight on a4, and part of it is to avoid trades, as you mentioned. Also, you stop any lines with c5 because your knight's on a4. But playing e5 is suggesting, hey, your knight's offside. It's on the edge of the board. You've spent 2 moves developing that knight there, and now I can play knight c6, go right back after that e5 pawn is black, and continue my developmental lead. And your knight on a4 at some point will have to come back into the game. It's no rush to do so, but that offside knight doesn't look so good for white. And so if I can rip open the center, what's your knight doing on the queen side?
Yeah, and I'm wondering if there are other ideas too. The bishop going away from a traditional Grunfeld development, is that an idea, given that white's king is open, and as you said, white has wasted. In fact, as we say it, it's played. I'm obviously the position will be met by bishop to d2. I don't think there's any other move. Yep, Hikaru plays it. I'm 100% on my own, as I would almost guess. I mean, there's no way he is, but I would almost guess that Jan also having to at least recall opening theory he doesn't have on the top of his brain just by looking at his clock management.
And it's a dangerous position to play as black when you aren't sure what to do, because Hikaru, this is what Hikaru does exceptionally well, is he sees a game the day before, just like he did with Vichy. I know Vichy had the upper hand against him in their game yesterday, but he saw what Vichy did against Ding Li Ren. He said, I'm going to make a little bit of adjustment, and I'm going to try to play for more. And that is what makes Hikaru such a dangerous player, in addition to his tenacity and his speed. But you see this opening, clearly Jan caught off guard. Jan not in tip-top shape. And so he plays queen e7, protecting the bishop, going after the e5 pawn. And Hikaru's responses here are relatively straightforward. And so Jan will need to prove that either he has enough compensation for the pawn, or as you see him do now, he's going right after that pawn, trying to recapture it. But if you split the board in half, you see White's 4-on-3 majority once the e5 pawn drops, and Black, on the other hand, has the 3-on-2 on the queen side. But with the Fianchetto pawn structure, some potentially weak dark squares on that king side, that is what Hikaru is aiming for on that side of the board.
Yeah, this is not going to be your typical Grunfeld. Knight b6 played immediately. The capture occurs, and the question is, does White have time? Oh, I thought it would be queen c3, but queen f4 may be even better, Robert, because it stops bishop g4, right? If queen c3 was played, perhaps. I don't know if this is workable right away, because I thought maybe you'd have e6, but either way, this might try to undermine the protection. So interesting stuff. But again, Hikaru playing super quickly. Saw a comment in the chat, Hikaru looks bored. I don't think Hikaru gets bored when he plays against other super grandmasters, but he definitely looks a little relaxed. It might just be a little early for Hikaru.
And this pawn isn't going to be kept much longer, because you can't actually protect it with another piece. You have the queen and the knight, that's it. So rook a5 is an idea, castling and playing rook e8 eventually. But just as we saw Vichy on and do to Jan Nepomniachtchi, you have to be on the lookout for some kind of timely queen h6, knight g5 sort of configuration, as your king will be vulnerable without a dark square bishop protecting those squares around the black king side.
Yeah. Well, interesting stuff either way. Again, it started out with this obscure or less well-known variation of the Grunfeld, but now we're getting a position that we'll probably get back to being a little more normal, a little more tame when the e5 pawn eventually falls. Probably White maintains a tiny edge heading into a lot of the endgames, and we'll see where it goes, or we'll see if one of these guys has prep that goes even deeper than we expect. So, all right, let's back up a little bit, and we can take a view at some of the other potential games. So many options. I kind of wanted to go to board 3 of this particular matchup, USA and Russia. We've got So versus Karyakin. Also kind of a weird opening.
Well, by the pawn structure, it's come from a Spanish, where White went bishop to b5 and bishop takes c6, because you see the material imbalance. Black has a light scored bishop. White has an extra knight in the position, and the pawn center. That's what's sort of critical at the moment. Is you see a d4 pawn, you see an e4 pawn. You like that for White, but what you don't necessarily like for White is the fact that this pawn e4, there's a rook on e8 lined up against it. So it will require some defense. At some moment, Black can consider playing pawn to c5 to challenge White's center, or alternatively play knight to b6, develop your light square bishop, maybe even to g4 or to e6. And then the question is, can White actually make progress, or do those pawns just look pretty sitting in the center?
Yeah, and I was also just spying the f6 pawn. I guess it's not the most surprising move. I mean, just given the order of the moves, it was needed to defend the pawn, right, on e5. But then as the structure changes, that pawn on f6 looks a little more out of place, right? Just because you kind of wish it could go back. You also have the potential light squares. So I guess White might be looking to be getting something quickly here before his center becomes the focus, meaning Black targeting it, and maybe try to use it to get something aggressive here. I don't know what that looks like, but what do you buy about that? Something?
Your queen b3 move. Yeah. Just a good starting move, saying you have to move your king to the corner. Otherwise, there's a discovered check. And then after king h8, rook e1 to protect the center. And one really annoying thing, and a common theme in a position like this, is that if you ever play knight b6, White can respond with knight to a5, saying your bishop on c8 is going to stay tied to the pawn on b7 for the time being. And if not your bishop, your rook has to slide over to b8. And either way, you're not happy that you cannot kick my knight out from a5, because your knight on b6 can't be shared with a pawn or something like that there. And so my knight is just this thorn in your side, keeping an eye on the b7 pawn.
And I was wondering, maybe White tries for something like e5 in some positions to be even more aggressive, and I guess it's just unnecessary. Of course, the fantasy idea that I actually get something like coming to f7, probably just, ridiculous. But okay, queen b3 not played. Instead, rook to e1 is quickly met by knight to b6, and we'll see how So tries to play this position, because you highlighted it well. If you give Black a few moves, bishop g4, The knight is undermined. D4 is weak. The queen just plays natural moves, and the pressure comes to the pawn. So this is, again, this will be an interesting early stage to see who gets the upper hand. Why don't we move to one of the other matchups, just because obviously well, you know how this event is. We're spoiled with choices. I don't think we can lose if we pick any battle between Super GMs. We started already looking out at the board 1 battle of Europe and China. Maybe we go check out board 2, Levon Aronian versus Wei Yi.
Let's do it. And when we get to this position, we see a very weird position. Look at these pawns for white advanced and forcing this knight out to the b4 square. And with white, Levon has played bishop to d2, hitting the knight on b4. But I'm looking at tactics already on the b2 square. That's what's worrying me about this position. The bishop on g7 on a great diagonal, looking to move that knight out the way and get to the b2 pawn. But it looks like you're not in time because your knight on b4 is already under attack. And if you play knight takes d3 check, queen takes d3, you don't have a good discovery move to get your bishop attacking that pawn on b2. You'd have to sacrifice your knight, but then at the end of those variations, white gets 2 minor pieces for a rook. I know it's a little bit complicated, but at the end here, you protect your rook through the bishop, and then 2 minor pieces, a big attack to boot on the black king eventually. So that would be a good transition for white.
Yeah, and if you don't go for this transition, white will play bishop to c3 anyway and just sort of naturally challenge it. It's almost like the idea you pointed out of Vishy Anand's bishop d2 against Jan Nepomniachtchi's Grunfeld from yesterday. Not the same structure, but interesting to see the early advance of d5 and e4 and the bishop, coming to c3 here. So, but black does have a chance to win the bishop pair and can do so. I mean, maybe just a simple trade and then focus on other natural moves. d6. Eventually, you have Sicilian ideas expanding on the queen side. Black looks to be doing okay, other than his connection right there. Again, Wei Yi rocking some bad Wi-Fi at his home internet.
Yeah, and actually d6 followed by e6, and after trading on d3 looks reasonable for black, trying to chisel at this annoying white center that is quite advanced. And if you can
E6
open up,
thinking, okay, interesting.
So d6 then e6.
Okay, got it.
But maybe e6 first is okay as well. I'm not positive, but the point is that if you can play e6, take on d5, open up some light squares for that bishop on c8. Yeah. You're the only player with the light square bishop, but at the moment, it doesn't have a good diagonal to work with. So by trading some pawns, that will help out the bishop scope.
Yeah. Okay. Well, interesting. And Wei Yi on the clock, trying to decide his best approach here. This is board 2 of the current heavyweight matchup going on between China and Europe there. You see it on the lower left side of the standings. Those two teams currently in first and second in the event. Board 3 for these two respective teams is Yu Yi versus Jan-Christoph Duda. Now, this is an interesting matchup. I mean, you've highlighted throughout the event, Robert, that one thing Team Europe hasn't really figured out. We were talking about our daily question, how do the team captains choose their players and then set up their board structure, has been their board 3, right? It's been kind of an underperforming board for Team Europe, and the opposite is true for Yu Yi, despite his underperforming webcam.
I actually think his webcam is excellent because it makes quality entertainment. But you are indeed correct, Danny, that for Jan-Christoph Duda, it has, and board 3 in general for Europe, it's been underwhelming thus far. And giving Garry Kasparov fits in a tough choice because he can rely on Maxime on board 1, Levon on board 2, and then he has to flip a coin and decide who's playing on board 3. So Jan-Christoph Duda, if he wants his playing time, holding with the black side of this position will be important against somebody as strong and as in shape and in just in good spirits as Yu Yi is. And then if you're Anish Giri, you're watching this game, you're preparing for the next game. But if we talk about the position specifically here, it's looking fine for black in the sense that everything is defended. But you tend to worry: can your bishop on b7 gain some life? Or is it going to be stuck by like a sort of chain with you have to play c6 to reinforce the d5 pawn? And when you do play c6, you're very solid, but you're a bit passive. And you look at white's knight on g3, is it going to go to f5 or is that not really a threat? To me, it's not a threat. Anytime the knight goes in f5, you can play g6 and kick it out. So I think that black is safe and sound for the time being, but I know psychologically it can be difficult to play when you don't have concrete ideas and maybe are worried about being lacking space in the future.
Yeah. And the other question, though, is if you're not settled on sitting, is can you ever try to use the bishop protecting e4, the rook on that square, to try to launch some sort of more space on the king side yourself. Obviously, going to e4 right away, probably no good. The d5 pawn hanging a lot of positions, and you don't really want to play c6 either to overprotect it. One, because c6 is probably just met by b5, and the whole structure is undermined. But two, because it closes the bishop. So it's weird. I totally agree with you. Black is totally solid, but also down on the clock, and definitely, I don't know, is it fair to say I'm struggling to find the best plan for black? Is it as slow as like g6, bishop g7, knight f8, something like that?
Well, I think you can play c6 because if white plays b5, then black plays c5. So
okay, good
that's
point.
something that gives black some play. And you can't play c5 now because then b takes c5 and the b pawn on b6 for black is pinned because the bishop on b7. And so c6 makes sense. And I think black can play g6, maybe bishop d6, pawn h5, and play alpha zero style of being more aggressive on the king side.
Now you're talking to me. You know I like that. Yeah, and so the question, does white try to prepare for b5 with things like rook d1? You get pressure on the d-pawn so that when that structure changes, maybe you're ready to open up and put pressure there. So interesting to see what Yu Young Yi goes for. You know, a fair question from the chat, Robert. I wonder if you and I are, remembering that Duda has been worse in a few games. Someone said, why are we seeing him as underperforming when he's won a game and drawn the rest? He hasn't actually lost in the event, right? And I guess our view was he was definitely close to losing. I mean, he should have lost to Pentala Harikrishna for sure, and we still don't even know how that. We never even went back to that. I don't even know how we got out of that game, but I guess maybe that's one of those where you and I probably know the games better than anybody in the world right now because that's what we're doing for this week. Maybe are we being a little too harsh on the young man from Poland? Maybe he is doing okay.
Yeah, he is doing all right. I mean, his score is good. He's 2 out of 3, but that is the game that sticks out to me the most. And perhaps it's just clouding my judgment because I think of the Hare Krishna game and I'm like, he was completely lost and somehow he survived that one. And credit to him, right? We've given other players credit for their defense, and Jan Kristof Duda showed that in a tough spot, he's able to avoid getting the donut in the scoreboard. So, you got to give them props where they are due, and they are, in fact, due. But I still think that kind of shaky play will leave a team captain wondering, hey, can I trust this player with the black pieces?
Right.
Or should I put in Anish Giri, who has more experience at the highest level of chess?
Right. Yeah, and I think that's fair. That's why I read that comment from Chad and was like, you know what? Maybe they're right. Maybe he is doing okay. And we do have memory, if you missed that game with Pentala Harikrishna, where Duda had very, very shaky performance. And some other games, too, we were a little worried. But okay, we'll see what happens here. He's going up against the best performing board 3 of the event, undeniably so, in Yu Young Yi. So we'll see how that goes. Backing up, of course, so many other games we can continue to look at. If you see one partner, just yell at me like you normally do in the very soft way that you yell. And let me know. Well, I guess some people have been asking for Vishy Anand and Tamur Rajabov, so perhaps that's a direction to go, bringing up that one where the game is moving along very quickly, but definitely an unbalanced one. That's kind of fun, right? You've got big center, bad pawns for black, but a bishop pair and an A pawn to go with it. So this is an interesting one.
Yeah, this is quite a fascinating position, and I'm trying to do a quick count because black doesn't have a G pawn or an E pawn, but black does have 6 pawns to white's 6 pawns. So it looks like black might even be down 1, but it's not. And well, now black is down a pawn.
Now black's down a pawn.
So I'm glad we clarified that. It took a little while to do the math.
Actually, black's down a pawn, and where's the compensation?
The compensation comes in the form of clumsy knights for white. So I would not take on a5, that's for sure, because if you take on a5, that knight wants to head right into c6, even if it costs you a pawn or doubles your pawns, because the knight's not doing anything. I would play bishop to d7 and then try to swing my forces to the queen side as black, either a queen or a rook to b8. Then maybe if my queen doesn't go to b8, and go to f6. And the bishops are very powerful, not because there's necessarily a weakness to exploit, but because the knights don't have protection. So you can kick the knights around for a couple moves, gain some time. And if you can seize the initiative really quickly, maybe a pawn like the one on c4 can become a target.
Okay. And that's highlighting the glass is half full approach for black, right? The glass is half empty approach is black is down a pawn. And white, he does take, I was going to say, white, if you didn't take it, is going to bring the other rook over at some point and try to force this way through. So he trades and then queen g5. Wow. Rajabov is saying, maybe I need to be all in right now down a pawn and use my bishop pair before white's queen can coordinate, guarding both the knight and the potential weak king side. So it's a pretty looking move. That looks like a move that I would play, but I don't know that it has any substance to it. If white plays something like h3, where's the concrete attack here? I guess f5 is coming, right? I mean, and that's going to be a way to get more activity, more open lines.
Yes, I think exactly what you're predicting will happen with h3 followed by f5. And as is in the King's Indian defense, you say, hey, I'm going all in for an attack on the white king, and then your queen side as black might collapse, but you're hoping that the attack is potent enough. But after h3, f5, I'm considering capturing on f5, and I know you'll take with your bishop. That looks good for black. But what if I just go knight b5? Like, can I just become greedy and start stealing your pawns on the queen side? And
man, I wasn't even ready to highlight that move. I'm not used to this greedy Robert here. Knight b5. I want like knight c6, but okay. I mean, heck. Here we go, right?
As a commentator, right, we can always take the moves back. Vishyanen cannot. So if he gets attacked and is losing, well, that's a problem for him. But for us, it's good to explore this because black is going for this all-in approach. Right. But what if white just says, hey, I'm not scared. Let me take your pieces?
As commentators, it is easy to take moves back. It's also easy to steer the conversation toward. A lot of people have been wondering throughout the event, maybe that should have been our daily question, what exactly is Timur Rajabov drinking? I think it's cranberry juice and the light plays tricks, but maybe I'm being a little too PG on that.
I'm not getting involved in that discussion. I'll leave that to your speculation.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll continue to wonder, fans, what exactly is Timur drinking? Who knows? And let us know if you do know. If you do know, please let us know. All right. Again, Robert, I'm spying a lot of games. Of course, we have some huge matchups going on this round, everybody. If you're not happy with where we're covering, please go to chess.com/live. Or actually, no, the manual way, not even needed to describe. Just go to go.chess.com/ONC games. That link will take you and automatically follow all the games you need. So not too hard. And if you're on the go, remember, you can also watch on your mobile phone, whether it's Android or mobile device, or Android or mobile. Android or mobile, Robert. It's early. Where you want to go, buddy?
I don't know. I'm actually just looking through the games myself, trying to figure. Let's go to the game between Alexander Goryachkina and Irina Krush because we might not have a chance to come back to it, and maybe we will. And maybe I'm speaking too soon. But I saw that there are not many pieces on that board here, and Irina Krush with the black pieces trying to fend off the Women's World Championship challenger from earlier this year. And I mean, I like White's position, that's for sure. You're more active. The knight on d8 is a passive piece compared to the knight on c5. But is there really enough to break through here, Danny? What do you think?
No, I mean I was wondering where your tone was going with why we wouldn't have the time to come back to it. I assume you might be thinking it's going to be a draw soon because I didn't think that White really has enough to go full steam. Although when you look at the position, it's Goryachkina on the clock. She'd love to figure out a way to undermine the bishop in the center. I mean, is that f3 and e4? I think e4 right away met by bishop takes c5. So an intermezzo that wins the pawn. You can't do that. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you that it doesn't seem like a position that's super dangerous for black, which, okay, if that's the case, I think that's a super successful result for Team USA.
And I don't see Irina in her chair, so I'm curious where she might be right now. But, probably just refreshing using the bathroom. I don't know. The players are...
That's not usually your thing to speculate on that, so, Oh, there she is.
She's back.
She's back.
But she's been great for USA on board 4. She has. Saga with black.
Found her rhythm and huge, in large part, been a big reason for their success. Obviously, they're in third place still, trailing both Team Europe and Team China in that particular order there, reverse order. But go ahead.
No, I still like White's position here. Knight d7 is one of those annoying moves because are you trying to go knight to b6 and then play a4 and b5 eventually? I mean, I don't know the exact plan here, but it just feels like a move that stops my king from getting towards the center. So black perhaps should think about f5 and king f7 to get the king closer. But f5 has your own sorts of problems with the e5 square now being permanently under White's control. So I don't think black has solved this yet, but I do think that objectively the position is closer to balance than any significant edge for White.
Okay. Well, Goryachkina has the experience to be able to convert on a game like this, even if it is a small edge. So maybe that's the other way to look at it. Just that she wants to get a grinded out game where maybe she feels that she's comfortably playing for 2 results. Recently, the challenger to the world championship title in women's chess. She came up short against Zhu Wenjun, but obviously a huge star, and probably will be there again for other matches in the future, if I had to guess. So, all right, we'll keep an eye on this. I'm again spying. There's a lot of exciting games this round. One that is not going to be super exciting. So speaking of touching in on it before it ends quickly, let's go over to Hikaru Nakamura's game with Jan Nepomniachtchi. And I know Hikaru has a small edge here based on the pawn structure, but just, I guess, assuming I shouldn't do that, but given the nature of the major piece endgames, I'm expecting a peaceful result in this one.
The one thing I'd be concerned about is perhaps Black's king safety. Still the loose dark squares in front of the Black king could present a problem, and this rook and queen are already lined up on the d file. So, isn't there some kind of rook d8 or rook d7 in a timely manner? But yeah, I do think ultimately you're right that with so many trades and so few pieces remaining on this board, that as liquidation continues to occur, even if all three pawns there for Black are traded for White's two queenside pawns, and if, say, the queens get traded in the process, the 4-on-3, there's so many theoretically drawn rook endgames that you have to consider.
Yeah, that's partly why I was also thinking that it would be likely a peaceful result. It's almost like in some of these endgames, you'd like to keep the major pieces on the board and fantasize about the queen and rook doing nasty things over here on the 8th rank, but Black's pieces are coordinated well enough. Likely that's just not going to be the case. And if you keep the queens on the board, the reverse might be true. I mean, Black can bring the queen up, and maybe the c-pawn, combined with some threats over here on the king side, get a little scary for Hikaru, right? So most likely we don't see that kind of risk taken, and this is probably a peaceful result. So, okay, that means it'll come down to the other games. I guess one of the only matchups between Team USA and Team Russia we haven't really checked on is the board 2 battle. Let's head over to Fabiano Caruana's defensive effort here as Black versus Vladislav Artemiev. Chuck Norris of Russian chess is what Vladislav is called. I have no idea why, but we go with it because if Alexander Grishik says it's a nickname, then it's a nickname. And there he is, Vladislav Artemiev, the Chuck Norris of Team Russia.
And what a position this is, because you see a light square bishop versus a knight, and you see that Black has a ton of light square pawns, which means that the bishop on d3 doesn't have a great diagonal to work with. That said, there's a Black king on e7 and a white king on d2, so both kings in the center of the board, White controlling the game's only open file. So I think if you have to give any player an advantage for the moment, it's White. But perhaps as the game continues and you look at Artemiev's clock, if Fabiano can lash out at the right moment, especially as his White king goes on a journey, then perhaps there are chances for Fabiano to play for more than just a half point.
Yeah. It's one of those positions that's double-edged enough with the imbalance of the knight and bishop, and like you said, both kings potentially being weird, that it's could be 3 results still for sure. So if Vladislav doesn't use the A file correctly, what is the plan here for White? Kind of hard to think of one.
Yeah, Black is looking super solid here. I actually don't know what the plan is.
It's a weird position, right? Like, why do you think the computers slightly favor White in a position where Black is just super solid? Is it just biased toward the bishop versus the knight? I mean, I'm liking Black as well. On a structural level, I like Black. Long term,
this is the open file.
Sorry, what?
I think the open file is White's for the taking. And if you play Rook A7, I can take on A7 your C6. Actually, that's a hilarious almost queen trap there. It is a queen trap. So you can play Rook A7 here. Because instead of knight to b5, because if you took on a7 and took on c6, rook c8 would have trapped the queen.
Just show that real quick because it's fun. Takes, Jake and bake, and the queen goes bye-bye. Okay. Knight b5 played instead. The queen backs up quickly to the a file. And, of course, capturing probably not ideal when you're opening up a c file to hit c2.
Right. And even though you double isolate Black's pawns, White actually has the pawns that are easier to attack there, and you're giving Black very important space. So, now you can consider taking on b5 at any moment. The knight's not going anywhere. I can go back to d6, but then you ask, what did Black really gain? I think that's what you're going to see, is just sort of shuffling for the time being, neither side coming up with anything concrete. Maybe Black plays king f8 to get the king out of the center.
Yeah.
I'm just not seeing much for either side.
Okay. The time pressure is, not relevant yet, but it definitely favors Caruana, up almost 10 minutes on the clock. So in an otherwise equal game where there may be some sort of crazy imbalances, you start looking at time pressure, the first person down on the clock may end up getting himself in trouble in a self-induced way. So we'll keep an eye on that. So and Karyakin, whoa, King F6.
I had the same reaction. We were about to switch games, and I saw the king go to F6.
And again, it's kind of funny because it may just be a fancy way to put on. That's so funny because like it really doesn't do anything besides just like come to G7, right? But it's a funny maneuver either way.
Yeah, that was surprising.
Okay, so in Karyakin, reset, rewind. That's what I was trying to say. Here comes Black putting pressure on the structure, and you kind of called it earlier. I mean, like if White didn't get something, yeah, and Wesley So kind of shaking his head. If White didn't get something, then it was only a matter of time before natural developing moves put pressure against White's pawns, right?
And if you look at the position, it seems like Black didn't really do anything. I mean, the queen shifted to F7, the rooks are centralized, the bishop developed and went back to C8, but it really doesn't feel like Black has done anything major. And yet White is in some serious trouble here because you look at the Black rooks just barreling down at White's once beautiful center. That center may collapse at any moment. And if you play a move like E5, well, then I could take on D4, take on E5 at some point. My bishop on the light squares opens up. And I don't know. At this point here, with Black to move, you could start with bishop F5. I mean, the pawn E4 is pinned, and I wouldn't mind putting pressure on that square.
Yeah, and if the bishop relocates to G6, it probably isn't any worse for it, given that it was on C8 and it gets to keep putting pressure on the center. Karyakin's super focused there. Wesley enjoying some oatmeal, his favorite morning snack. No, but we saw him shaking his head earlier, and clearly he was not super pleased with how the first stage of things had went here.
And he shouldn't be pleased because I'm also anticipating at some moment the A2 pawn being a vulnerability, as if the bishop moves off the last rank, the rook can swing to A8, and that pawn A2 is very importantly placed there because it protects the pawn on B3. So there's actually some problems for White in this pawn structure, despite Black being the one with two sets of double pawns. That compact queenside structure where Black is poking at the center, it is advantageous for Karyakin.
Okay, so the trade, I feel a little relief there if I'm Wesley. At least I get to bring the knight quickly to the center. But like you said, maybe Karyakin spies that this 3-on-2 and the potential pressure on the A file is really one of his biggest long-term edges in the position.
And there are numerous options for Black. You could play bishop D7, you could play bishop G4, you could start with queen H5 just to develop your queen, and maybe play bishop D6 after that, just to spy on the White king side. And I just don't really know what what White's plan is. And I just think that Karyakin has an excellent position out of the opening here.
Let's head back over to another board two. Sorry, well, it's not a board 3 battle, which is what this is. Forgive my confusion when you have so many of the world's best players. You forget which board they're actually playing on. But Levon Aronian and Wei Yi in the Europe versus China battle are moving along quickly here, and I'm starting to like White's chances much more than I did before. And perhaps that's a bit of an overestimation, but I looked at the D-pawn and spying that little mini board preview there on chess.com, and I thought White should be better here, though the king's a little open, right? So there's definitely a double-edged game still.
Well, that bishop on B6 is multitasking because it stops a Black rook from getting to D8, but it also protects the White king and the F2 square in particular. So that's a great bishop that's lodged in there. It's going to camp out with the pawn on A5, protecting it permanently, and there's nothing Black can do about it. However, I do agree with you, Danny, that the White king side does feel a little bit breezy there, and I don't know the exact move here. Maybe rook F4, because that just gives Black more activity, and you can even swing to the B4 square. He instead doubles his rooks in the F file, which I think is a sensible thing to do. But where are you going there? I don't see the follow-up necessarily. And now actually queen to C2 and then bishop C5 is the third, or queen C4. Yep. One of these queen moves, which also allows you to play B4 next to expand further on the queen side and threaten to skewer the queen and the rook. So I'm liking Levon's position. You've seen this very often in many D4 pawn openings where you get that passed D pawn. A queen is not a good blockader. Not
as good as a knight would be there necessarily. And at first I thought queen C4 couldn't be as good as queen C2 because of rook F4. But then I just started considering what you were saying. I mean, maybe White can even go like this, and if the queens are traded, you're better in the endgame with the passed D-pawn. You can reinforce the bishop there. I don't know if that's the best way to convert the advantage, but I like your idea of just getting the queen off the b3 square so that you can play b4, push the space, maybe put a bishop on c5. The other thing that we have to talk about here is the clock, right? And Wei Yi is he's no stranger to time pressure, and I think he's impressed us, at least surprised us, in regards to how well he's handled it in other events. I mean, he won the Junior Speed Chess Championship, but being down this much on the clock with so much to go is a little concerning for Team China.
And it's how Levon Aronian beat Alireza Firouzja is he just had a better position. He was grinding and grinding and grinding. And finally, the defenses broke in time trouble. So if you are a Team Europe fan, and if you're a Levon Aronian fan, how could you not be impressed with the way he's been playing after that opening round loss to Vladislav Artemiev, and which still may be the game of the tournament by Artemiev. But since then, Aronian's been nothing short of spectacular.
Yeah, no, and the Team Europe in many ways is I mean, it's undeniably being led by Levon Aronian right now. Of course, MVL on board one is given kind of a thankless task, a lot like Hikaru Nakamura on board one for USA. It's a tough thing, but it's tough on any board, and Levon has gotten the job done. We're being yelled at in the chat that the game between Yu Yang-yi and Jan-Christoph Duda is spicing up, speeding up, whatever you want to call it. It's getting messy, and White on the attack over here on the king side, but Black has already broken through over here on the queen side. B4 looks like it's hanging, but I don't know if that's a pawn you can take, Robert. Here comes knight. Here comes bishop. Here come the problems over here to the king side.
I mean, Yu Yang is impressing
shaking
me.
his head.
Yu Yang is really impressing me, Danny. What else can you say? The guy is just playing lights out chess right now, and actually quite literally lights out, because I don't know what's going on with that webcam as it keeps flickering over there. But look at this kingside attack that he is unleashing on Jan-Christoph Duda's king. As you said, knight h5 is a threat, after which you can play knight takes g7, sacking the knight there to just blast open the king. This knight on c3 can come to e4 and into the f6 square because the g7 pawn is pinned. And after knight takes b4, I think the immediate response has to be knight h5, because the bishop on f8 is overworked. It is protecting the g7 square with check and mate. It's also protecting the knight over here on b4. So after knight h5, you give me one free move. I'm playing rook takes b4 with a free piece. Not to mention knight takes g7 with bishop h6 or f6 to follow. I think that White has to crash through in just the next few moves.
Well, we saw Jan-Christoph shaking his head when we first brought the board up, and given that it just seems much worse and only 3 minutes to solve a ton of problems coming his way, this looks like it will be, he goes rook takes b4 immediately. Whoa, rook a3 responded immediately. What is going on here? This is crazy.
It's getting confusing, that's for sure. And after rook a3, I mean, can he just what's
play
the
knight
intention?
h5? Your move earlier was kind of good when you were threatening rook takes b4. Now that you've already won the piece, you could also play knight e4 here. Wait, the bishop's hanging. So that's what an interesting response. And actually, maybe rook takes d4 was a blunder. We see Jan-Christoph getting a little bit of life back in his face. And if we back up, your move knight h5 was definitely what the doctor ordered. And one of the main differences, Robert, is that rook a3 just doesn't work because of the aforementioned knight takes g7, and it's mate and bake over here. So crazy that taking b4, bishop takes b4 would have been losing, and maybe that's what Yu Yang-yi just expected, that there was no other choice but to go for something like this where it's checkmate. But JKD shocks the world with this crazy rook to a3.
And I don't believe in it, Danny. I know it's crazy. I didn't expect it. I still think that White has to be winning, but these are the type of moves that you play. You confuse your opponent, and in a game where Yu Yang has plenty of time, he should be able to work this one out. So let's just take a step back, because when you get shocked, you have to just be like, I know my position is good. I have an attack. What moves come to mind? Knight h5 still comes to mind, going for that attack that we've been discussing. Knight g to e4 potentially, because bishop takes b4. There's bishop h6. Like, I'm still going for that same checkmating attack. It just happens to be with the bishop instead of the knight. And actually, how are you going to protect g7?
Good.
So at e6, f6, you have so many attacking options for White that I can see it going wrong. But with Yu Yang-yi playing the way he has all event, I think he is going to be able to handle, okay, rook a3, I didn't even think about that move on that side of the board, but it doesn't actually ultimately save Black's position.
Yeah. I'm kind of fascinated by the tactics, but I'm liking your knight ge4 move more and more. Just as a way to guard c3 and threaten bishop h6, it makes enough sense, right? And this is one of the positions where a human calculating deep might even see the winning idea before a computer. Okay, he already plays knight g4, but a human might even see it before a computer does, because humans are more readily to sacrifice pieces and forget the math first and think about it second for checkmate. And I think Yu Young-gi will probably deliver something nasty to bring this game to a close. This is again what Team China planned all along, I guess.
Well, Danny, it's funny because we love sacrificing people's pieces, but I suggested knight g to e4 just so I wouldn't have to sacrifice all the pieces. I was like, let's just be calm for a second and acknowledge that bishop takes b4. That's a rook that is hanging what seems like for free, but checkmate supersedes material. And so bishop b4, bishop h6, and let's say go g6 instead of bishop f8, because we saw bishop f8, bishop h7. Just look at the dark squares. We've talked about this a lot. The fiend kettle pawn structure, no bishop to on the g7 square, knight f6 check, followed by queen h4, and just.
I mean, you could even probably just start taking everything, and I don't even know. I'm just gonna stack everything and.
See, we just said we weren't going to do that, and then you just.
I just think it's probably good enough, and like you said, it's not my pieces. No, but this looks super dangerous. Again, Jan Christoph already getting under 2 minutes in a really tough spot. But, everybody's been in a tough spot against China. So we feel for him, right? Again, still a ton of games going in this round. Another game going on in the China versus Europe matchup is Zhu Wenjun and Anna Muzichuk. Former women's world champion and the current women's world champion. Wait, no, you confused me. Maria Muzichuk is the former women's world champion. This is all your fault.
I did make that mistake. I admit it. I normally don't when it comes to you botching things, but I did it first. So, and with the white pieces, Anna Muzichuk, she has a sister who's playing on the team for the rest of the world. But right now with the white pieces, it's an endgame with just a rook, minor piece, and 5 pawns aside. And so then you say, who's better? Is the bishop better than the knight? And to me, it's not really about that just yet. It's about the activity of black's rook compared to the defensive nature of white's rook. And there's one really committal decision that I'm not sure that I want to play, is c4 for black, because it limits the bishop's scope and forces the bishop back to f1, because you can't afford my rook going into e2 after black plays c4. And I'm just not sure that it's good, because then my d5 pawn becomes this target that's sort of stuck in place. So that's, if I'm being cautious, I just maybe play a king e6 and rook e5. And I'm worried, and I put worried in quotes, that just peters out and white is able to hold by trading pieces. So if you're playing ambitiously, you play a move like c4. If you're just playing, hey, I'm slightly better, but I don't want to take any risks, and my team doesn't need me to win, then I just play a move like king e6 or pretty much any other move.
Yeah. I think that black should probably still be the only one who can win, though, so why not play for 2 results more aggressively? I think your idea of c4, you could even swing back to the b file and put pressure on b2. I just don't see how quickly white gets pressure to d5, which is the main risk of playing c4, is like, if the bishop could go to e2 and f3, that might be a problem. But how do you do that? You can't go to e2.
I guess your confidence is renewing my confidence in the plan, and the black king can just come to e6. And importantly, white never has time to play g4, g5 to dislodge this knight from the f6
I was going to say, I
square.
like c4, because even, this isn't even possible because the bishop thing, but I was sitting here trying to figure out, like, even in something like this, like, where you get pressure on b2, you're still getting b2 and guarding d5 long before white. And again, that's not even a possible variation. So c4 is what the doctor ordered. Muzichuk does have to retreat the bishop, and big surprise, Zhu Wenjun doing fantastically here on board 4 for China.
And the question now becomes, how do you win a position like this? As black, she starts with rook e7. She's maybe eyeing the b7 square for her rook, trying to hit b2. But then white can just put a rook in the second rank and say, hey, I'm solid here. You can't put any more pressure just yet. And if I am Anna Muzichuk, my first move here is b3. I am not allowing you to make my rook a passive piece. Play b3 and say, well, I'm just trading pawns here. We're whittling this one down, and I don't think white is in that much danger. So maybe I overestimated the c4 move, or perhaps black retreated her rook too soon because it allows white to play b3.
I was going to say, retreating the rook seems like the problem, because b3 was not a possibility until she did. I mean, your good old fashioned king e6 looked good.
Right.
Just gain tempo. You called a line like this. Now I guess b3 would have been stopped by knight e4 check. So, okay. Well, we'll see if Muzychuk comes up with b3. I think it's a perfect. Whoa, she doesn't, and she may not get another chance after rook to b7. But this is an interesting move too, right? She wants to play g5 and put the bishop on g2 to get pressure on the d5 backward pawn.
Yes, and this one, it's going to, I think, be a bit more of a struggle. But Danny, I'm looking at the chat, and we must go to the game between Hari Krishna and Jorge Corey, because I see people praying that Hari Krishna does not make another mouse slip, because look at his position here.
Because it would take a mouse slip for him to lose this game. Again, if you didn't see that yesterday, one of the moments that didn't get a lot of play because there was some amazing just actual chess on the board, but one of the worst things that happened was Hari Krishna loses a game with a single mouse slip, the first and only mouse slip of the event as far as we know. So Hari Krishna looking to bounce back, forget that one. You could at least be happy that he's played some really great chess. He just hasn't converted for Team India. I mean, he was completely winning against Jan-Christoph Duda. Should have drawn easily yesterday. They've had some bad luck, but maybe Hari turns it around here.
Well, the f6 pawn is just, I mean, you're just putting all your pieces, all your pressure on that square. And so now the king is in check. You have to move the king away, and then just rook d to f1 next move. And black's position is really bad here. And for Jorge Corey, you knew that every match is going to be a tough one for him, as it is for everybody else. But this king is in trouble. Hari is ready to pounce. And just the bind structure that we see in the position with the e4 and c4 pawns, it's not like black has any counterplay whatsoever. And very importantly, to this position, it's going to be a swift attack.
Yeah, I mean, and the concrete threats of the other rook just coming to f1 looks rough. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. There's also bishop h3 coming. The one saving grace black has is this knight comes to c5, and maybe you find some way to sack some material, but you get the e4 pawn. Who knows? You swindle your way towards
f6 is just falling too quickly, Danny. So
yeah, it's just I mean, the king moves, and we just bring the rook over, right?
And f5 doesn't help, because now you're opening up my bishop on g2, and that bishop is going to land somewhere that you're not going to be happy about.
Yeah, maybe d5 or b7.
Just knight e3, right? You're hitting f5, then knight can go to d5. I mean,
good
maybe
enough.
there's better there, but
yeah, but no, it's a very good position. So king h8 chosen, partly by Corey, maybe just to avoid the knight ever coming to f6 with check. I mean, that makes sense just from a practical perspective. Put the king on a slightly safer square. But I see people in the chess.com game chat, meaning on the live server, just everybody saying, "Don't mouse slip, Hari. Don't mouse slip." So they know what happened yesterday.
It's not a mouse slip. There it is.
Whoa.
Knight takes e5. I was just spying that. Both pawns are pinned, and the queen is stuck to the rook's defense in the f8. And knight takes e5 is a great move by Hari Krishna. That is not a mistake, everybody, because, oh, man, that rook on f8
you
is left
timed that
undefended.
so well with, what's not a mouse slip. There it is. That was awesome. The move knight takes e5, double pin, right? Can we get like a soundtrack of like double kill, double pin?
And queen takes e5, not possible either.
And queen e5, of course. Yeah, I didn't show that one because of queen f8. But, wow, what a move there. And the clock goes bang, bang. Nope. Corey resigns with 0.6 seconds on the clock. Not a great result there for Team World's Board 3. But Hari Krishna, you got to be a little happy he's bouncing back. Board 2 has been drawn between Artemyev and Caruana from the USA versus Russia matchup. So this one, I guess not super surprising. We talked about how double-edged it was after the Kings kind of did their funny dance. But I think if either side pushed too hard, this is a game that both sides could lose, and so they didn't. Looks like they traded and very quickly settled on a perpetual. So we move on. Hikaru and Jan Nepomniachtchi, speaking of the USA versus Russia battle, still going. Another draw real quick, just got to show it because it just hit the screen. Anna Muzychuk has drawn against Yu Wenjun, so not a bad result there for Team Europe, especially given that she seemed to be worse a few moves ago. So good stuff there for Muzychuk.
Yes, and
We got to go
Team
back
Europe,
to this Yu Young Yi game.
oh my gosh.
This is where the action is.
I mean, it just looks like a mating attack, right?
It's no good. By the way, shout out to young Krista for his flare. Look at the little knight fork flare.
Oh,
Anyone can show their flair, just like going to tchotchkes, right? Show your flair, even if it's 37 pieces. But the flair of the knight fork, I gotta love that.
well, I'm loving the position from the white side of things here because F7's under attack. If F7 is moved or captured, G6 falls, and that king on G8 has one defender, and it's that queen on D4. But unfortunately, a queen can't fend off an enemy bishop, an enemy knight, an enemy rook, and an enemy queen. All the pieces aiming at the black king, and unfortunately for Jan Christoph, there's not even an opportunity to be resilient here, and we know he is because I just don't see a move.
Yeah. Shout out to the chat. We're aware. We're fixing the scoreboard, and don't you worry, it will be awesome possum in just a second, just like Yu Young Yi's chess. This has been just the event for him. I mean, if you had to vote for MVPs right now, Yu Young Yi, board 3 notwithstanding, gets my vote for Team China. Like Hikaru for USA, I think he's the only one who's played every round. If he missed one, it was only one.
Vishy's played every round.
Okay, Vishy as well. So Vishy, Hikaru, and I think Yu Young Yi. Levon Aronian has also played just fantastic chess as well. So that might be an MVP. But okay, it's...
Also, Rajabov and MVL also have played every round, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
I think so.
Oh,
board
okay.
ones tend not to sit very often.
Okay, well, there you go. The move Queen D3 tries to confuse things a little bit because you're attacking F1. And don't take on F7 with the rook because Queen D1 would have been mate in a couple. Now
Where's
King
this king
H7,
going?
and what's the move?
Knight G5 check, maybe?
Knight G5,
yes.
even Knight F6, actually, maybe too.
Well, Knight G5, you have to take my bishop. Then I have Queen H4 check, and I just go and mate you by force. I get a queen. F8 equals queen.
F8 equals queen. Sassy Molassy. That's how you do it.
Yeah, look at Jan Christoph. Do you see his face, Danny?
Yeah. He shakes his head. He knows it's mate. King to H8 doesn't really slow it down either. You could just play F8.
Not really, because F8 you just take on F8.
Yeah, I forgot about the bishop over here. So King H8, where's our knockout here?
I was going to leave you to find that, Danny. Come on, man.
Oh, bishop
Do it for the
G7.
fans.
What happened here? No. After takes, no, it is bishop G7. Oh, because then the knight comes to E6. Nice.
There you go. There you go. When you have to sack people's pieces, you don't do it. What's going on?
I didn't want to. I wanted there to be a clean mate, but bishop G7 is a nice little way to bring the king. That's an attraction tactic. You bring the king to the square he doesn't want to come to, and then knight E6 does the job. So JKD just resigns on bishop G7.
Yep, because that actually was a forced checkmate. A nice finish there with a flare by Yu Yang Yi. And what's he at now? 5.5 out of 7? I mean, you have to give the MVP nod to him thus far.
Yeah, he's playing amazing chess, helping to lead Team China, who is leading the event. Let's head back over to MVL's game with Dingley Ren. Wait, nope, it was just ended and drawn, so never mind. We leave that one behind. A lot of games coming in now in rapid fire. Hikaru and Jan Nepomniachtchi still rolling along, as well as Vishy Anand and Timur Rajabov. This one looks a little bit trickier, and Rajabov down on the clock again. He's been under time pressure for most of his games.
He has, and what's the material count? Black has 4 pawns, white has 5, so at least 1 extra pawn for white, and the G3 pawn can be captured. With the queens coming off, I think only white can be favored in such a position, but there aren't so many pawns remaining that I do believe that black should have pretty good chances to survive this one.
Yeah, to hold. Yeah, it's hard to deal with both the knight and the F pawn, right? If you trade and you can't take with the pawn because the knight hangs, and you can't, well, if you take with the knight, the F2 pawn hangs. So Rajabov, like you said, looks like he has enough pressure. Are we just going to see a queen D7, maybe some sort of perpetual here, perhaps?
I would be surprised if we get a perpetual, because white can start with knight takes g3 and just say, hey, I mean, if you want to take my knight on g3, go for it. But after knight takes g3, I'm stealing a pawn. I should be happy about that.
Yeah, and in this move order, you still guard f2. So many
And
games, by the way. You should head over to chess.com and follow them yourself if you're not already. The Levon Aroni and Wei Yi battle is coming down to the wire as well. Let's go over there. That is a crazy rook ending that, I mean, it looks good for black just because the king is under pressure. My first instincts hate that, but Wei Yi's under a ton of time pressure. The queenside pawns are good.
And black's rooks are very active, right? White's king is in more danger for sure.
Yeah.
And now the question becomes, are white's pawns too quick? And he goes rook to b3 to get behind the pawn. And I guess just rook b6. So the rook is awkwardly placed because he might just try to go rook b7 check, pawn a7, pawn b6, rook to b8. But that is very time consuming. Mm-hmm. And it feels like black has to have a way out here with that white king being so exposed. You need to somehow come up.
It's so funny, right? Because the rook on e2 is it's like the perfect defender.
It is.
It holds the second rank, and
that's an important move, though, Danny. h4. Because when you play h4, you're getting closer to the white king, and you also are protecting the g3 square. Mm-hmm. So you get a rook g3 check, and the king doesn't come out and attack that rook in some variations. So if you just have to time things well, but that I think is a very, very good move, especially considering that those A and B pawns are looking menacing.
Only 24 seconds for Wei Yi means he made that move with 14 seconds on the clock, with knowing it's the 25-minute plus 10-second increment time control. So now he moves instantly there, but here comes A7. So, I mean, both sides are all in. Levon is like, well, if I get mated, I get mated, I guess, but I got to go get a queen.
Yeah, it's funny because some people think defending your king requires passivity, but this moment it calls for activity. You got to push your pawns and force black's hand here. So, I mean, rook a1 check, king to g2, and I mean, how does I don't see? Okay,
I don't know. Again,
check.
This rook e2 is like, okay, if you go to h2, then black has the perpetual, and if king f2, maybe it's also perpetual. So that's why Levon plays rook g2. He doesn't want the perpetual.
Look at that move. Rook h3 is brilliant.
Yeah, now we've got checks coming from this side of the board, and the king can't hide behind the rook.
No, that's an exceptional defensive find there. Wow, I didn't see that coming, but rook h3 like this, I thought the pawn on h4 was going to push.
Everybody, the key is you prevent this move king h2. So just to show you an example, if this check comes, the king hides behind the rook with checks, and probably white is just winning now because your best attempt is just to make trades. But this move, rook h3, that might be the draw-saving move. We see Levon Aroni lean in and just like, good move, youngster.
What an obscure drawing mechanism.
Yeah, seriously. This is a fun one.
And I don't see anything that white can do, because if you play your rook over, like let's say rook to b2 or something, just get your rook out of the way. Then black has black also has rook a. Maybe there's that check. But I was thinking rook a1 check. Your king steps up, and then I remember rook to h1. My a rook to h1.
Wait, now you're.
Well, no, you put your king where I could check you.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know which line are you saying? King g2.
And that's the only move, and then rook a to h1. And good luck getting out of this.
Right.
Because you can get a queen if you want.
Rapid fire. Rook g4 was met by king h5. This is one of those positions that both sides could lose with one misstep, although I think we'll get a draw after rook g2. Oh, though, wait a second.
No, rook g2 is bad.
Yeah, because you check and then the rook comes to f3 with check.
Indeed.
Wow. Whoa.
So that was actually smart by Levon there. By taking the e4 pawn, he gives his king a way to run to the center. And if you allow me to queen, I'm going to queen as white. But you have so many checks in the interim. So rook h2, rook h1 checks, I think are unstoppable.
Yeah, check and check. Right, looks like it's about to happen. Check again. The king's going to back up. Oh, no. Levon just pushing this game.
But
so
rook
gutsy.
a2.
What?
Rook a2 now.
Rook a2 and then rook to g1. Oh, rook a3 is kind of the same idea, but you're threatening mate immediately. Actually, wait a second. What's going on
that's-
here?
Wow.
Is
Wait,
black
wait. Rook takes h4 check.
Rook takes
h4 check.
and then Rook h7. You trade in b6. What?
So what black has to do is go after Rook h4. You give up your rook and then take the a7 pawn at the end. So you're like King h4.
Yeah. You give up
Check.
the rook and then just take a7 and offer a draw.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. That's why positions like this are shown as zeros by the computer, even though every human being is like, white is lost here. But Rook h4, what a flippin' crazy draw.
And is that the only move?
I think I don't have any move suggestions. I just have the eval bar. But I mean, I was sitting here like, how is white holding this? This looks lost for white. But rook takes h4.
And I mean, if I'm being honest, I can also see the eval bar. I don't
He
know the
found
variation. There it is.
He
But I was
found
going to
it.
say, I can see the evaluation without the variation, and that is very helpful because, you know, in a position like this, you're looking like, wait, where is the equality? Every single move looks like it's winning for black. And then you're like, oh, wait a second. There has to be something equal. I know there's something there. And then rook takes h4 check lands on the board.
Oh my gosh. Super crazy. Rook takes h4. Leans back. And I don't know if you saw that. Levon just mouthed the word draw.
I missed that one.
Yeah. When you've been not dead. I've been dead for many years. No, I've been deaf since my childhood. So lip reading became a skill.
Yes. So
Anyway, now it's a draw. Wow. What a finish. What a crazy way to bring a game to a close. Right as we've got almost 18,000 of you with us. Thanks for being here no matter where you're watching, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Chess TV directly. Yeah, Peter Dawkers in the Chess TV chat saying that's a study-like variation, and indeed it probably is. Amazing endgame. Okay, well, there's still another rook ending going on, and that's between Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi here. And Hikaru, you know, I was spying this game for a while, Robert. There were some more exciting finishes. Yu Young-yi doing work against JKD, Hari Krishna. But Hikaru used his time really deliberately in this game. Unlike total Hikaru fashion, I guess because we see him stream so much in Bullet, right? But I actually think it was really smart, Robert. He really grinded out a small advantage, and he's put himself. I don't know if this has any real winning chances, but he's the only one who can win, and this is going to be tough for Jan.
yeah, these double B pawns are no fun to deal with, and the rook on B5 keeps that rook stuck to the 6th rank. If you're looking at black's rook. But one of the issues here, all right, now the rook moves off the pawn, so the rook on e6 is freed, but it can't go anywhere. There's nowhere for that rook to take advantage of. Rook back to c6 makes sense. You can go rook to c4. And how does Hikaru make progress, though?
Yeah, that's the tough part, because looking at it, undeniable advantage. You have the H pawn, but progress is another question. Hikaru is thinking here, leaning up in his streamer's position. That's a rare Hikaru position right there, as far as facial expressions go. King of 5 he plays. What's the idea? He's giving up the H pawn. Is he gonna flip a mating net up in this?
But then the king can just run away. So he's going to rook d7, I guess. That's a better
Same
mating net.
idea, but go this way. Much better. You threaten h7 and hit this.
That's actually really clever.
Yeah.
And rook's...
Now you... Well, I guess you could play b5, but then you always have to worry about the check and the pawns. Okay, he does.
And look at Jan's face. Jan's
Yeah.
like, that was a good move. That was a
Jan
good
is
one.
Wait, you can play that? Because now f6 is hanging, and I can't come back to c6 anymore.
And rook
Yeah,
d6
look at
is
that
an added
Hikaru
threat.
nod. That was the Hikaru nod of confidence. Hikaru number 5. Mambo number 5.
Actually, I don't even know what black does here.
Rook b4. He takes f6. And if you take the e-pawn, we're just going to switch over here to the queen's side. Rook e5 allows the room for the king.
It's so funny when you can trade into a king and pawn in game when you're going to be down a pawn temporarily because your king is so much closer.
Wow, this would be the 3rd loss in a row for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and this would be... Wait.
You're correct.
Okay.
I was waiting, but I didn't know where you're going with it.
Well, I was doing the math again in my head. It's been a long week with a lot of chess. So, but Hikaru is putting on a show here for board 1 of Team USA. this victory will guarantee a tied match and puts a lot of pressure on Wesley So to hold against Sergei Karyakin, where he seems to be a little worse. We'll come back over to that in a second. Another game that's still rolling on, if you want to go over to chess.com/events or just go.chess.com/ONC games, is Firouzja versus Vida Gujrathi. So, interesting game still going. Well, how is Hikaru winning here? Let's give the people a line, Robert.
Okay, he's going to go king e6 and go rook d5 and then go king d6. He's just going to bring his king over towards the
so like
the
rook
b-pawn.
d4, we go here. The rook waits, and we just rinse and repeat.
And then I'm going to go king d7.
Uh-huh.
And then go rook d6, take your b-pawns, and your king is way too far away to help you survive.
So at the right time, you can't just sit and hold the c file because we check, switch to a traditional rook ending where this pawn's going to fall, and an easy sort of Lucena. What is the correct pronunciation of that?
I don't know. I'm not. I've always heard it's Lucena, but that probably means I heard it incorrectly.
Well, that's what I'm saying now, and I don't know why I just doubted that, but I did. Yeah, fantastic endgame right now by Hikaru. We were wondering what the plan was right here, Robert, and he showed us. It looked like Black had set up a blockade, but Hikaru had a really strong idea in mind. King f5 was going to meet king takes h5 with this move, and instead, king f5 was met by the rook coming up, but then Hikaru is now squeezing his way toward the queen side.
And that's a nice move, rook e6. Yep.
Yeah.
Because you're just going after the pawn, saying the black king is so far away that by stealing your pawns, my b pawn is too strong as a remaining passer, and I will make sure that I get a queen. So phenomenal technique by Hikaru. When we first tuned in here, I was saying that it looks like black should hold. Maybe I just misevaluated this endgame completely. And your initial take of like, I like Hikaru's position there, and a great game by Hikaru.
Yeah, and as soon as he started giving the Hikaru Bombo nod number 5, I knew that there was some depth there. He's spying into his webcam. By the way, speaking of rook endings that maybe didn't go the way we expected, let's go over to Wesley So's game with Sergei Karyakin, because he was worse as white a little bit ago. Is he still worse anymore? I don't think so.
But how did this happen? I mean, this looks like a dream.
I mean, a few moments ago, the position I was spying was something like this with the imbalance of the knight versus bishop. But Karyakin trades the minor pieces off the board, and then in a panic to defend the g-pawn, has to give up protection of the c-file. And Wesley is in a very good shape. This draw would potentially win the match for Team USA if Hikaru Nakamura converts against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
I mean, I'm looking at this position, and it feels like only white can win now, which is a shocking turn of events considering how good Karyakin's position was earlier. And for Team USA, this would be a tremendous victory. India got their first win of the tournament, team win, that is. And China beating Europe allows the USA to join them with a match victory for the American squad.
Wow. Well, Team USA has never needed a win more because of China slowing down Europe. Again, Vishy Anand did beat Taimur Rajabov. We already showed you the Hari Krishna, very nice finish against Jorge Corey. So there'll be a lot of chess to look at during the break as we prepare for round 8. So if you're just tuning in, one of the 20,000 plus, don't go anywhere. The party is just getting started here on day 4 or 5, depending on how you want to look at it, of the Online Nations Cup.
So this game here, both players still thinking, I mean, Rook G4 played by Karyakin with not that much time remaining, by the way. And for Wesley, can you just go Rook takes C5 and shake hands?
Great trade. I think he can. He's taking his time here. Wesley, calmly pointing out he's in control here of the clock.
What you should do if you're
converting quickly, I'm just going to flash that position as this one's likely going to be a draw. Hikaru looks moments away from converting that b-pawn and beating Jan Nepomniachtchi. So as long as So draws this, Team USA is in great shape. There are no other games going in this round. Ali Reza Firouzja beat Vida Gujrathi, but it didn't stop Team India from getting their first victory.
Yes, and Danny, what I was going to say was that if I were Wesley, I mean, we just flashed the position of Hikaru. It's completely winning. But I would have waited
one,
into the moment.
It's over. Sorry, go ahead.
I would have waited until the moment it was completely winning before I made my move if I had that kind of time remaining. Because look at Wesley's position; he should never lose a game like this. And I'm just putting the pressure on the Russian players. And now that Hikaru Nakamura wins, you can make a draw at any moment. Just you don't want to blunder here.
Yep. Hikaru, the Rock for Team USA. I complimented him as the Rock yesterday, and he played it down. But the truth is, it's been true. He's the only person for Team USA who's played every single game and hasn't lost, and now has beat Jan Nepomniachtchi twice in this event.
Although, to be fair to the players, not playing around is not really their fault. It's a team captain's decision. So Fabiano Caruana sat out game day 2. I don't really think Fabiano didn't want to play that day.
Well, and in hindsight, I guess Team USA missed him that day, right? Obviously, it was not the best day for Leonard Dominguez. But there's Hikaru hanging out in chat. Yep, you're Dwayne Johnson now, buddy. The Rock is holding it down, but okay, at this point, all Wesley needs to do is hold this one down for Team USA. This is the most important game currently, as long as he gets this draw.
And so if he just takes on B4 here, I think that we just see them agree in the next few moves.
We definitely will have some games to look at the break. Again, we got to break down how Alireza Firouzja beat Vida Gujrathi, give you some final looks into the crazy games that were Yu Yongyi versus Jan Christoph Duda, Hari Krishna's very nice win. So we've got lots of chess to look at, assuming that this game ends soon, I guess. Maybe that's it right there, Robert. He's just going to say, you know what? You got nothing, Sergey. Oh, no. Wesley wants more.
No, Wesley, I don't think Wesley wants more. He just is making moves and
he'll go back to H6 now.
Hey, see, my king can just sit behind your pawn. And if you ever push to G5, my king goes to G6. And if you push your pawn to G4, my king goes to G5. So the king will follow the pawn's progress, is what Wesley's claim is.
Yeah, that's a kind of an instructive point just to show if this pawn advances and the king follows it, eventually you can't actually win with this. In fact, you could only get yourself in trouble and maybe lose that pawn eventually. Okay. The trade has happened. Rook takes AT will be met by... No, Wesley wants more. He's not taking the draw, which is just... I mean, it's good, right? It's funny, but he could have easily traded G6, but now we get a draw. The old-fashioned way. King versus king. The way it was meant to be.
And I love that they're playing it out. This is great. Don't take the pawn yet. Oh, give us one more move.
Every completely over-the-top melodramatic movie about the medieval times, it comes down to king versus king, mano y mano, but lots of those end in peace here on the chessboard anyway. All right, the round 7 of the Online Nations Cup saw some similar stuff, Team China dominating, but Team Europe has finally been slowed down, meaning Team USA has joined them. Likely, it's now officially a 2-horse race to see who will join China in the super final on Sunday. Russia not out of it yet, but looking tough, Robert. So we got lots to get to when we come back. We're going to take a very short break. Join us for round 8 previews and a highlight breakdown of round 7 when we return. Hi, Dad. Hi, Dad.
Oh. I thought I said hi, Dan. No, okay. Yeah, hi, fan. How's it going?
I'm doing okay, Dad. You know, rough times. We're doing our best here. But, you know,
You
there's a
drink your
lot.
milk
I just
today?
want to sit on your lap and just tell you, just cry about things right now, you know?
Yeah.
No, it's great to have you, Wesley So, Grandmaster Wesley So, for those who don't know. He's playing for Team USA and also recently competed in an event for charity, Adopt a Danny. Adoption is when you win 10 games in a row, for those who don't speak chess lingo. Hence the respect I now show my father when he's on screen. But Wesley, given his respect to us right now, he wants to take us through this game, starting with the move Rook E8. So tell us about this move by Sergey and what your thoughts were.
Yeah, well, actually, I prepared against Sergey yesterday because he plays the Berlin, and I figured I had some time, so I spent like an hour preparing. Why not?
Okay.
But then in the game he delayed castling kingside. He usually castles early, but he played f6 first.
Right.
So he doesn't want me to attack on the kingside with g4, h4, whatever. So he plays f6 first and waiting for me to castle before I castle. But I also played this position with black, so castle, c3, rook e8, and I played this in a blitz game against Ian Nepomniachtchi in India a few months ago. But I don't recall exactly what Ian played. I thought he played d4, but I saw in the game I played d4. I thought it was the normal plan, but it's actually a bad move.
Okay.
So instead of b4, I should have played b4 and queen b3. And apparently this is the theory. I checked after the game. Yeah,
So, Wesley, is the essential point that opening up the center helps black, who has the two bishops, and maybe the rook is well placed in e8, hitting your e4 pawn?
Yeah, exactly. Because e4 and d4 are hanging, black has the bishop pair, and his kingside is very safe. So here, actually, after rook e1, knight b6, black has absolutely no problems, and he can easily seize the initiative because of his bishop pair. So I thought I was still following some games with this. Like, I remember Bishi Anand has a game against Anish Giri, but it's probably not this exact same position.
But Wesley, let me ask you a question really quickly. When you think you're following some other theory, but you're maybe mixing up a move or two, or it's a slightly different position, how dangerous is that for you when you're playing these super strong grandmasters like yourself?
Well, it's very dangerous, actually, because you think at first you're fighting for an advantage. You think you're slightly better, but actually you're slightly worse.
Well, what
Yeah.
What happens to your mindset there, right? Especially in a team event where, not to say you wouldn't recognize, oh, I've messed up theory and maybe need to get a draw in an individual event, but in a team event, do you instantly kind of switch your mindset to, hey, I know I was supposed to be the one with white and pushing for the team, but I just got to make sure I don't lose to Karyakin here?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I don't think about the results during the game because I think it's detrimental. I just try to play the position. But yeah, I was disappointed because I usually in a team event it's the white pieces that push and the black pieces that hold. But here I got absolutely nothing with white. And yeah, in fact, during the game, I was happy to repeat moves. Probably queen d3 also was another mistake because the queen looks a bit fragile on d3. Like he could play c5 and exploit the pin.
Right.
But I was ready to repeat moves in the opening because I figured that I should play objectively and not push too hard even with the white pieces because you could lose. I mean, if you have better position, you play, but if you have the worst position like this,
So you were basically offering a draw here with knight c4, but of course he does not take it with bishop e6 and instead played c5.
Yeah, I didn't realize how bad my position is here, actually. I thought he would repeat moves. But after c5, black is not risking anything because of his bishop pair.
Mm-hmm. So then I'm gonna make some moves quickly and kind of jump ahead. And so when did you feel that it started to maybe turn around? You obviously did hold this game and we're doing just fine by the end. But at what point do you feel maybe Sergey missed a chance or something different could have happened?
Well, I don't think he missed a big chance. I thought I was quite safe here in the end game.
Okay.
I mean, black is possibly it's probably close to equal at this point, but maybe I made some mistakes and he got the slightly better position again. But after the queens were exchanged, I felt pretty much safe. I figured I had enough counterplay to equalize.
Okay.
Well, Wesley, while you were considering yourself somewhat safe, were you also just nervously looking at your teammates' games to make sure that maybe you didn't need to play for a win? Like, how were you balancing your own game with, say, Hikaru's game, which he ended up winning?
Yeah, well, I obviously glance at my teammates' games here and then when my opponent is thinking. And actually, at some point, I think Sergey got disconnected for half a minute or so.
We missed that.
Yeah, I think he got disconnected for half a minute later on, or earlier before this position. But yeah, I mean, I obviously glance here and there to check how my teammates are doing, but it's not really a big deal because my position was not better
Right.
at any point. So it's not like I have a choice whether to play for.
Your teammates could be losing or winning, and it doesn't change what you have to do, right?
Yeah, at the end of the day, your game is still the most important. But I'm very pleased that Hikaru won. Him and Fabiano are really carrying out the team, and also Irina defended this ending very well. I thought she had a slightly difficult end game, and but she defended very well.
I'm just kind of playing through it to let those who maybe just tuned in know exactly what happened. But as you said, nothing to it, and eventually it was a draw. So congratulations on the hold that ultimately won that head-to-head matchup with Russia. So as you look at the standings, you're now tied with Europe. Do you know if you'll be playing in round 8? Are we allowed to say that yet? And 2, how do you feel about your team's chances here in the final 3 rounds before the super final?
Yeah, I think they released the pairings, the lineup already. So I'm playing the next game. Not sure yet who I'm playing, but I'll be black. But well, obviously China will take first place. They're a very good team. Ho Yifan should be playing on the men's board. To be frank, there's simply no answers to her. But yeah, I mean, Levon Aronian is basically, I think, carrying the Team Europe. He played very well yesterday and also the day before that. I'm not sure what happened to his game.
He drew today versus Wei Yi. Yeah.
Versus Wei Yi. Yeah, so I think it all depends on how Levon is doing. If Levon is on fire, then it's very hard to beat Team Europe.
Right.
But if he starts misplaying, then yeah. And also they have a very good women player with Nana Dagnidze. She's very aggressive. Well, fingers crossed. We'll try our best. But things are still far from clear. It's very competitive right now with Europe.
For sure. And well, Wesley, we appreciate your time so much. We will let you go. If you're playing, you should probably get in game shape. But thank you so much for spending the time with us.
Sure.
Thank you, Wesley. Good luck here in the next round.
Okay, bye, son.
Bye, Dad.
Make sure to drink your milk today.
Oh man, I couldn't ask for a kinder father. I got to be honest. The game there between Wesley So and Sergey Karyakin, you see the final position on the board, came down to the Kings, and Wesley held a big one. So Wesley's awesome. It's so much fun. And it starts me thinking about, but the next time I have to defend my honor and try not to become and expand the family, Anish Giri will be attempting to win 10 in a row against me coming up at some point over the next month or so. So anyone looking for the next Adopted Annie, where we also always raise money for the Dave Thomas Foundation for adoption, that'll be coming up. But all right, time for us to talk about what's coming up next as we get set for round 8. We're going to look at some of these other final positions of the games of round 7. But before we do, we have the pairings of round 8. And so let's run through them.
Let's do it, because we have Team Europe trying to rebound against Team India. India put forward a impressive performance this morning, winning their first match of the event. Patel Hari Krishna, he's been excellent form despite his inability to beat Jan Christoph Duda and a mouse. And when you're making those comments, like he has some bad results because of things that just were out of his control. Well, they were in his control, but you know what I mean. But anyway, when we look at this matchup, Levon Aronian, as Wesley So said, in great playing shape. He takes on Vida Gujarati, who's struggled mightily, Danny. So when you look at this matchup here, I think it's all Team Europe. But what about you?
But it's hard to pick against them. Again, as you said, Vidit is just, he hasn't played his best chess in this event, and we love him to death. You and I both, and he joins us for commentary, but it hasn't been his best event. I don't know that they have a better option anyway. I mean, he's still a fantastic player and can find it at any time. But when you think about him going up against Levon Aronian, that's a tough one. Maybe it'll be what he needs to kind of rise to the challenge. I'm looking forward to the rematch of Hari Krishna, Jan Christoph Duda, though, if I'm honest, because still don't know how Hari didn't win that game against JKD. But that'll be an interesting rematch now that Jan Christoph gets the white pieces. So, Team Russia and Team China. This is a big one, obviously, for Team China to just continue to make sure that nobody can tie them. At this point, they're the only team that hasn't lost a match, of course. And that's why they're leading the event. As Wesley So said, it's unfair that Ho Yifan is on board 4 in a lot of ways. And I think I said the same thing a couple days ago. I don't really disagree with him.
But Danny, I have to ask you a question here, because if you were the team captain of China, would you ever sit Yu Yangyi based on how well he's playing?
You know what? That's a fantastic point. And the answer is no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't have sat him. And so, yeah, I wasn't even thinking about it because I was looking at Ho Yifan stepping in as the biggest storyline over there instead of Zhu Wenjun. But yeah, wow. Well, if Team China does suffer their first loss, that's definitely going to be what we're talking about, right? Sergei Karyakin, I don't know that you can ever be happy to go against Wang Hao or Wei Yi, but he's got to be happy not to be playing Yu Yangyi.
And I will say that perhaps it's, right before the playoff time, you see this in basketball, getting some rest, some load management before the playoffs, because Sunday is a super final. China is assured that they will make it there pretty much at this point. So maybe Yu Yangyi just said, I'll take this one off. I've done enough putting the team on my back thus far.
Well, speaking of putting the team on your back, Hikaru Nakamura has been leading Team USA on board 1, and hopefully for Team USA, they'll continue to do so. An interesting shakeup there, as instead of Timur Rajabov on board 1, we now have Alireza Firouzja stepping in.
Oh boy! Now you're talking, Danny.
That's a Naka-Firouzja matchup that people wanted.
Oh, taking on Hikaru Nakamura on board 1. I mean, the people have spoken.
Yeah.
The chess captains have answered their calls. And so Timur Rajabov, he has been struggling as of late. He lost that game to Vishwanathan Anand. And so, it's time for Alireza. It's time for him to shine. But Hikaru Nakamura has been, as you called him, a rock throughout this entire event. He hasn't lost a single game. He's survived bad positions. He's pressed and won positions that, you didn't think he was going to win. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he swept in this tournament. But Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces, Hikaru Nakamura with black. Danny, what do you make of this matchup, which also includes Bassem Amin scooting up to board 2, Jorge Corey on 3, and of course, Maria Muzichuk taking on Irina Krush on the 4th board?
Well, I have to be honest. I still favor Team USA based on the fact that Caruana on board 2 is, not performing as mightily as Levon Aronian, but after that, I mean, Fabi has been fantastic. And a huge part of their early match victory. So he gets Bassem Amin. I think Fabi's definitely the favorite there. And Wesley So, I think, is the favorite against Jorge Corey. So I think the hype, rightfully so, for the online chess community, Robert, circling that Firouzja Nakamura matchup. Maybe Timur was like, hey, you know what? I just want to watch Firouzja play Hikaru with some popcorn, so I'm going to sit out and grab that scotch I've been sipping and watch Firouzja and Hikaru. I don't know. I mean, maybe it was Timur's idea, but we got to focus on that. But I don't know. I still think Team USA is the favorite for sure in that upcoming battle. So, all right. We want to go through some of these other games here that finished in round 7 that you and I didn't get to see the final moments to. Starting with Vishy Anand's victory over Timur Rajabov, maybe another reason he needed a break. This final position is resigned because after the move rook to d7, there's no way for black to deal with the coming threats of both c7, c8, as well as just moving the knight and winning some material. So your thoughts on any of the other critical moments from this game between Vishy and Rajabov?
I just think what we were saying earlier after the opening when black gave up a pawn, right? That a pawn was lost. And it was one of those situations where you're on shaky territory if you're Timur Rajabov, because you're sort of all in at that point. If your attack amounts to something, then you have compensation. But if white is able to fend it off, then you are down a pawn. And I mean, you're playing Vishy Anand. So he doesn't really need much more than a slight initiative or an edge to take that into a full point.
Yeah, again, everybody, Robert was referring to this position right here, right after White had won the pawn with the trade, and then this was really the last moment that we actually got to look at the game live. There was so much other action, but Vichy defended, and then consolidated, right, with the extra pawn. So, like you said, it was an all-in affair for Timur. We did come back quickly to this moment. He played knight takes g3, as you suggested, and he couldn't even take f2 because of rook b7. It would just be too much to deal with. So, yeah, it seemed like a very, very clean game for Vichy, honestly. Straightforward.
And then, yeah, that knight e7 move that gets to protect your pawn in c6, always a blow if you're trying to defend a position. You're like, oh, at least I'll get that advanced pawn. But once knight e7 comes, you can't even play bishop f6 because of knight d5, and just your whole position collapses.
Yeah, tough one there. Okay, so Timur goes down. Vichy gets a win for Team India. They get their first match victory, if you missed the memo, but that all came despite Vidit Gujrathi's loss to Alireza Firouzja. The final position is resigned here because, excuse me, moving the king forward would allow d7, and welcome Donna to d8, baby girl. And if the king backs up, there's just too much pressure here again. The bishop and once again, d7 is going to be too much. So I'll play through this one and just let you give your thoughts again, obviously on Vidit's struggles, wishing that he could turn it around. But I guess he's got to be happy that his team won, right?
Right. I mean, team success comes first, but we'd be lying if we didn't say that when we have a bad result individually, it doesn't really affect us. And he looked like he played an interesting game here. Look at his queen on a2 from the black side of things.
Yeah. I'm going through, I mean, it definitely was not I know I'm not in great form, I'm going to play scared game. I mean, this is a super sharp opening, but maybe the queen on a2 was regrettable soon. Rook takes f6. And the opposite code bishop attack. I guess if we were covering this one in more detail live, we would have been highlighting the fact that whenever you have opposite code bishops and one side has kingside pressure and the other does not, it can get very dangerous because as soon as pressure starts coming to the dark squares, that bishop is a bystander. He gets the queens off the board, but it doesn't change that the dark squares are a serious problem. And
black's main, point of success is this a pawn if you can eventually push it on the board, but as we saw in the game, it looks like the pawn got somewhere but not far enough.
Yeah, playing through it, it was dynamically equal here almost. I mean, black is worse, but he held his own. Where was the critical moment? As we get to, again, g7 under pressure, d6 under pressure, and I guess that's where the material starts to go down. Still, opposite code bishops, you think black has a chance?
I actually am surprised to see that this game resulted in a loss for black.
Now that I'm looking at it, me too. Although, the more this endgame goes on, I guess the two pawns are going to be too much. So maybe trading the rooks was actually less than ideal. Perhaps keeping the rooks on the board. I mean, what are your thoughts on this? You're the grandmaster. What do you evaluate here when you're trying to hold an endgame like this? I think in some ways you think about getting the rooks off the board when you feel very confident in a blockade, because the rook is better at helping white get a second weakness, right? That would be the mindset I would have. So I would trade rooks if I think I can blockade easily with the bishops. So maybe that's the mistake, is he can't actually blockade these two pawns and maybe misevaluated that.
I mean, he could definitely blockade them, and he should have blockaded them. I don't know where it went wrong, but rook d7 has to be a fine move. And even taking on d6 there instead of taking on c5 is possible.
Okay. So then this actually looks like it would have been an easier blockade because there are no two-pass pawns. My main reference, I guess, was that once the two-pass pawns occurred, it was going to be much harder to blockade. So you still think it should have been a draw here?
Yes.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. Where do you think?
I mean, keep going. And that's the really annoying thing, is that obviously black's kingside pawns are on dark squares. So you're going to need to defend those at some point. So keep going.
So he tries to defend them by trading them, right?
Right.
And then gets them on a light square. That's good. But again, I mean, this endgame, this is already lost for black. Like,
yes, something.
So I don't understand
wrong.
where you think black could have blockaded this differently. The two-pass pawns immediately here are pretty tough. I mean, so to me, I think black's best chances to draw are to keep the pieces on the board. And if I was playing black, I would have loved to have been in a position where my rook could have been behind this pawn. I don't know if that's like a bishop c2 with a5 and coming around, but
Yeah, maybe
Okay.
maybe this just rook takes d6 instead of b takes c5 was the critical moment here.
Yeah, and that makes it a lot harder to imagine, because in this case, if white ever plays d4, you can sit on the light squares, right? You guard d7. You can't move the bishop immediately because then d7 is a problem. So you guard d7. But then the king comes up. So I guess it was a little tricky, but this should still be much, much better for black as far as drawing chances go than what he got in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my chess instincts are telling me this should have been a draw, and Vidit knows it, Alireza knows it. But then you give those passed pawns, as you were saying, and once they start mobilizing, at every single turn, you're worried about them becoming queens because of how easily they can push forward. So I think that
tough.
b takes c5 decision.
I would have to analyze this further to know if there was a better blockade, but this already feels like it was just a bad decision to give the two passed pawns so easily and take the rooks off the board. So, all right, well, Vidit struggles, but as you said, the team victory is what matters. The other highlights of the round, for those who might have missed it, one of the biggest moments that I already saw some fans were sharing on Twitter at the break was your, it's not a mouse slip. It's not a mouse slip, Robert Hess. Wasn't that your nickname? And not in high school, in college.
Yeah, you actually, at some point texted me and told me that you saved my name in your phone book as that. But knight takes e5, really a classy move. There's every single black piece tied down, and the rook on f8. That's the real problem, is it's not defended only one time, and no matter how you capture, that queen is not going to be able to protect it.
Yeah, this was amazing. Knight takes e5. If you missed it, check out the clip. Someone made it. Crazy move again. If you take with the f pawn, rook takes f8. If you take with the queen, queen takes f8. And if you take with the pawn, you take d7 and then take f8. So f8's a problem, and as well as things like knight takes g6. So Hori Kori just resigned. This was a huge win. Vitaly Hari Krishna, I mean, I know India can't win the event, Robert, but that's got to feel good, right? For him to start riding the ship. He lost because of a mouse slip yesterday. So that's a win that Team India as a country feels good about.
Yeah, whenever you can just at least score a team match victory, you have to be happy, and you're no longer in the cellar, and the cellar dweller remains the team that's comprised of players from the rest of the world. But for Team India, they can actually finish this one ahead of Team Russia, right? They're a very strong team. They're about to, compete in round 8. I'm losing track of what round we're on because you have 2 rounds every day. It's an even round. Round 8 coming up. Even in this round, they can leapfrog Russia in the standings, and that will just feel better considering where they were to start the day.
Lastly, let's show the other highlight of the round was, again, from the board 3 of China. This was a great game. A line in the Nimzo that I have struggled with too often is black. I'm just gonna say that. But the Chess Panda 123, as he's known on chess.com, Yu Yangyi gets it done. Young Christoph Duda gets in big trouble, and the attack just, well, he never looked back, right? Hashtag rhyme time. Here goes queen g4. We came to the board here and we're like, uh-oh. Rook takes b4 turns out maybe not the most accurate, I guess, but it didn't really matter. He played knight g to e4, and then the mate was on here. Bishop h6, blows things open with e6, and Robert found the finishing tactic. Took me a little too long to see it. This move, bishop to g7, because after king takes, knight e6, and heading to the h-file is mate for white. So Yu Yangyi, again, he's your MVP, right?
Undoubtedly. I mean, if I were in charge of giving these awards, Yu Yangyi for sure is the most valuable player in this entire event.
So then the question is, as we bring up round 8, the full pairings in front of your face right now, right? Why isn't Yu Yangyi in the lineup? What are you doing, China? Like you said, giving him some rest, I guess.
Load management.
Yep.
DNP load management is what's happening with Yu Yangyi. And also it's good because you want to figure out who your lineup should be. Ding Liren is going to play. And then Wang Hao is excellent. And he's one of the players in the candidates tournament, but so is Wei Yi. And Wei Yi's provide a spark for China at times too. So I think that you're just trying to determine who will your third board be between Ding Liren, Yu Yangyi. You know that they're going to spearhead the lineup. And then between Wang Hao and Wei Yi, who's in better form.
Yeah, I see a comment in chat there. USA has the big guns out. They've had that lineup out now for a few rounds, and not to take anything away from the other players, but this seems to be the team that USA is going to have to kind of ride to the end here. And then you've got Team Europe, right? They're going with the same lineup they just fielded. So that'll be interesting to see how that one goes down. They lost to China, of course, but then again, who hasn't? So should be super exciting. That's coming up here in not less than about 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Round 8 is on the way. Let's remind everybody of the full schedule. Just so you know, we will be here yet again tomorrow on Saturday, May 9th, where the final the final results will be in. We will know at the end of tomorrow who is competing on the Super Final Sunday. Mother's Day it will be. And can't wait. Can't wait for the weekend. Everybody's working for the weekend.
I mean, I'm looking forward to the weekend, except I don't have the weekend off, do I? So I am looking forward to the finale of this event and then getting to the super final, because Team China, they've been just absolutely fantastic from start and not even to finish. We're not there yet, but they're not dropping any points. They have not blown any key games. And so you just have to credit them for being stable and for being strong. And nobody has been able to put a dent in their all-star lineup.
Yeah, it's been crazy. And again, our first daily question at the beginning of this event was indeed, who do you think is the favorite to win? A lot of people said China, and a lot of people were right. So not very often that happens on social media, but there you go. All right, well, Rob and I are going to take a very quick break. When we come back, the final preview, then round 8 begins. More from the FIDEchess.com Online Nations Cup when we return.
A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
And we are back here once again, just a couple minutes away from the start of round 8 at the FIDE.chess.com Online Nations Cup. Thank you to everybody that's with us. More than 20,000 of you on Twitch, 2,500 on YouTube, lots of other platforms. We appreciate your support. It means a lot, just like the European Online Chess Championship. It's the first ever online event of its kind, so kind of a big deal. The ECU throwing it down. Normally they have their individual championships around this time of year. So if you're looking to sign up for an event, not something we hold very often, the first ever kind of pay-to-play event that we've really held since the World Fisher Random Chess Championship last year, consider playing in it. Just like Robert Hess considers playing in the Title Tuesday every week. Robert, you going to play next Tuesday?
I'm going to try. I love Title Tuesday. It's fun to play the best blitz players in the world. You see the players on the image there, in addition to others like Alexander Grishuk and Nish Kiri. And, you know, if you're lucky, you get to play me because it means you'll probably win.
Oh, man, that's not true at all. Except you do play from your phone a lot, so it makes the time scrambles tough. Although I'm regularly impressed with your ability to blitz on the mobile app. Have I told you that lately?
That's the first time you've complimented me all day. Thank you.
That's not true at all. You're just, you know, you're not hearing the positivity right now. But speaking of mobile apps that you play on, you blitz a lot on them. We also have a mobile app that everyone should consider downloading and trying. The Dr. Wolf app is almost available on Android. Maybe it is as of this week. I actually apologize for that. I lost track of the product workflow for my team focused on this event. But the Dr. Wolf app truly is amazing. It's a fantastic way to learn from your own game. So consider giving it a try, especially if you're already an iOS user. If not, it'll be on Android, if not already. So Robert Hess and I are here moments away from the next round, the FIDE.chess.com Online Nations Cup. It's been a lot of fun. We've got so many of the best players in the world, 6 of the top chess nations, and I don't know why I feel I have to put that in quotations, but I do because some of them are not nation exact. You get it, Robert. But $180,000 in prizes, and the first ever event of its kind leads us to the current standings we have. Team China, we have to start talking about something else because they're just so good. It's like they're just good.
I don't know what else to say besides that they're playing well. Their team is amazing. They have Yifan now. She's taken on board 4 for this round, but when she's not playing, Ju and Jun, that's not even like a substitute. That's just you're choosing between the 2 best options in the world at this point. So, you know, of course, other teams are trying to stay in it with China, but from top to bottom, China just continues to dominate.
Remember, everybody, because the event is structured in a way to give us a super final, meaning on Sunday there will be another match of the top 2 teams. So playing for second place is, I know that sounds weird, but this isn't a Ricky Bobby movie, right? This ain't if you're first, you're last. That's not the truth. If you're second, you're actually moving on with a chance to get first. So as we look at the full round 8 pairings here, it'll be interesting to see who can stay pace in second place. It seems like a 2-horse race. Russia not mathematically eliminated, but Team Europe and Team USA, they have a lot on the line now.
They do, because now that the USA is tied with Europe for second place, one of those 2 teams will advance to face China in the super final. And I just want to remind everybody, you may ask, what is the advantage of being the top seed here? You actually get draw odds in the super final. So Team China, they are rewarded for their, let's call it, regular season performance, and then they will have draw odds in the super final.
It almost seems unfair to give them draw odds, given how they're playing, right? Maybe they should give someone peace odds if they get draw odds. All right, just kidding. Jan Nepomniachtchi playing Ding Liren now in the board 1 matchup between Russia and China, respectively. Another board 1 matchup. MVL is taking on Vishwanathan Anand. We've got Hikaru Nakamura taking on Alireza Firouzja. Another board 1 battle. We are spoiled this round, Robert. This is going to be a lot of fun. And the board 2 battles aren't any less exciting. Neither are the others. So I'm looking at all the games getting going. If you see an opening you like, just yell my name, say my name.
I'm letting you lead the way for now. I know it's dangerous and I don't do it very often, but I'm trusting you this time.
You're saying, Danny, take the wheel, and I shall do so. I like where we're at here in terms of Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura, but the same opening about to occur maybe that we've seen so many times. Hikaru played this as white against Magnus Carlsen at the Magnus Invitational, but we've also seen it several times in this event, so this will be interesting. But not the same. At first, I thought maybe it could almost be a similar kind of structure anyway. Bishop g5 was played instead of bishop f4, but a queen's gambit declined over on the game between MBL and Vishy Anand. So let's talk a little bit about the Hikaru Firouzja game and compare this to all the other games we've seen recently in this exact same structure.
Well, I don't know if we should compare it just yet because they'll show us that it's the same line. And we've seen some games where White was able to punch through b5. We saw Jan Nepomniachtchi beat Timur Rajabov when eventually b5 was played by Jan. But this is a different line because the queen's on c7. So as you're pointing out, the f4 pawn is under attack. You should play g3 to defend that pawn. And with the queen on c7, sometimes black plays bishop a6, of course, but sometimes black plays bishop b7, rook a7, bring the other rook to a8, and plays it slower over there on the queen side.
It's interesting. If bishop b7 and this doubling rook plan occurs, that'll definitely be something we haven't seen quite yet, or at least not very recently. Nope, it doesn't occur. Hikaru goes for the variation we're definitely seeing a little more often with the bishop trading itself off. So you've highlighted really well, Robert, the things going on in this structure, right? I mean, I think we'll see the trade, but there's the weak c6 pawn that is a long-term target. Sometimes it's enough. Often it isn't in a closed, very long game. We also saw Jan Nepomniachtchi go for the aggressive b5 approach and blow things open, which trades off the weakness, but in turn gains an initiative, and Jan actually went on to win his game versus Timur Rajabov in that line. So those are those are games that occurred in this event, everyone. So bishop a6 is played, and I guess we'll see how Firouzja wants to approach it.
And I'm curious about Alireza's decision-making, because not that he did anything wrong this far. He's still playing down a line we've seen many times. But Alireza tends to be a more tactical, aggressive player by nature. And so entering territory that he knows Hikaru plays extensively from both colors here, I feel like that's advantage Hikaru.
Yeah, I can't disagree, right? Hikaru seems relaxed. And obviously he knows these positions really well. I mean, he's playing them with both sides and with success. So this will be interesting to see. Some shout outs from chat wanting us to look at Irina Krush's game with Maria Muzichuk. So I'm gonna do that. We're gonna entertain that idea and head over there. It's kind of tricky. Let's see what's going on. Irina doing very well right now as the board for Team USA, and this would be another huge game if she could convert on. Maybe it looks like she could get a little bit of an advantage here as white.
Well, b5 is a tricky move because if you take the pawn thinking it's for free, then there's knight takes d4, and that's kind of the point here. Is that if you take here,
take with check, and then you win the bishop back.
Exactly. I paused to let you figure it out because I could sense you were like, this has to be right, but I need to just double check real quick.
Well, I was waiting for double checking any dragon tactics. Sometimes you can take back and it's enough, but obviously taking e2 is the right idea there. So b5 is like a Sicilian kind of tactic. Like I said, it's a dragon, accelerated dragon kind of tactic. You can throw that move in like a renegade pawn because of ideas like this that occur normally in a dragon. Once again, this is a Grunfeld, but similar kind of stuff in terms of the dark square bishop hitting the center. Okay, well, Irina doesn't need to take the
one more line I want to show,
pawn.
Danny, is if bishop b5, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, then black has to play bishop takes d4. And the point is that, there have been a bunch of hanging pieces, but you have to take me back on d4 now. I take on b5. We're just trading a lot here, and it should be level.
Opposite colored bishops will be the endgame, and probably a draw will be the game. Depending on how USA looks at their chances on the other boards, it's maybe not the worst idea for Irina to try to I guess, play for a position that's simple, but something tells me she's not going to go for that. So What's the other moves here? If you're not going to take, you just back up the bishop to b3, or do you go to d5?
You can choose either way. And that's the nice thing about white's position, is that there are some loose squares for black because you've kind of overextended on your queen side. You get a head start. And if you look towards the end game, where you see one pawn for white on the A file and 2 pawns for black on A and B, A7, B5. So it's a little bit of a head start, but it creates a weakness on C5, for instance. Maybe my rook will go to C5 to double in the C file. Or if I can reroute my knight eventually, a knight into C5 looks good. So these are these double-edged moves that you can't take back, and it just kind of evidences the nature of how this game will develop.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens here. The Grunfeld structure versus the big center. We will come back to it, so shout out to the chat for drawing our attention there. So many other games, as we've said. I want to go right back to this Hikaru-Firouzja game because it's moving along so quickly in a variation that you said. Hikaru kind of knows better than a lot of other people, but Firouzja all in here with this f-pawn advance, which is kind of cool, right? Taking advantage of this pinned e6 pawn to the bishop on e7. But Hikaru, no pausing. He takes on c5, and remember how I said Jan wanted to reach 28 minutes with the increment? Hikaru is trying to follow suit.
Wait a second, but this looks bad for black. What about just f takes e6 here? No, I mean, I'm actually very confused, and I'm worried about Hikaru's position.
Yeah, Hikaru leans in and thinks, wait a second.
Because the point is, if you take on d4 or b4, let's say you take on b4, and then I take on d7, you take on c3, but your bishop on e7 is hanging at the end.
Yeah, so what's going on?
And Hikaru looks very confused, and he's upset. Oh, look at that face. That was just, I'm disgusted with my play. I moved too quickly. And I mean, allowing f5 tends not to be particularly good for black. So what went wrong here?
Yeah, he must have been confusing his lines or something, right? That's what happens when you almost see a blunder out of the opening like this, because especially given the clock management, right? If you have more than 27 minutes, you've been moving faster than your 10-second increment, and you would probably only be doing that if you're confusing your lines. So instead of taking c5, I guess black's position would have still been okay if he handled something different. Maybe he could have played e5.
Yep.
Maybe, I don't know.
E5 definitely looks better than what's happening, because after b takes e5, I don't see a response, at least not an easy one, to f takes e6.
He's going to have to move the knight and just be down a pawn, but that just looks terrible.
I'm in disbelief, especially after such a nice game by Hikaru earlier today. And maybe Hikaru just needs to play Jan the Pawn Machine every round, because he's beaten him both times they played in this tournament. But Ali Reza, I mean, he played f takes e6, right?
Yeah, he has.
Oh gosh.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't moved yet.
Oh, that was just your analysis. Okay,
yeah,
so
that was
he
my
hasn't
analysis.
moved yet.
Sorry.
But what else is he thinking about here? I mean, he's thinking about just taking back on c5, of course, but f takes e6, that's a pawn. Yeah, I don't know, Danny. So
I don't know either, man. It looks just clearly better for white, and Firouzja taking his time because he also may be slightly confused by Hikaru's approach here. So interesting stuff there. Again, this is a matchup that a lot of people have gotten used to seeing, and these guys go back and forth in bullet. But right now, this is not going to be an advantage that Hikaru wanted to give Firouzja. Makes me wonder what's happening on the other boards here with Team USA versus Team World.
I guess you don't believe that Hikaru Nakamura would make a mistake, though. So that's maybe why Ali Reza is sitting and thinking so long. I'm just trying to figure out what the potential drawback of f takes e6 is, because you want f5 so you can take on e6, and it also loosens up the black king side. And yeah, I don't know. It looks just like a mistake by Hikaru, and he knows it.
Well, we'll have to come back and see how he handles it. I think Firouzja is going to make the move f takes e6, and Hikaru is going to be in trouble. Fabiano Caruana's game versus Dr. Bassem Amin, the good doctor, looking more important by the second here for Fabiano to try to get something as white. A much more tame looking position than the battle on the board over there between Firouzja and Hikaru.
Yeah, there have been relatively few trades here, just a couple pawns. But this knight on c5, at some point, white will consider taking it and then getting a passed pawn for himself. The d pawn will be very happy there, protected, passed, no pawn in the way. But you're also giving up your bishop. And when you look at these positions, you also think about, instead of capturing on c5, playing ideas like, queen to d2, bishop to h6. But black is already sitting happily attacking the pawn on e4 to start with.
Right, which kind of forced the hand, so that queen d2, bishop h6, not really an idea you want, so he took instead. And but you've given up the bishop pair. You give black a couple moves. They want things like knight e8, knight d6 to blockade on the dark squares and try to advance with f5. This move, I like this move. You're coming to e3, maybe even to c4. You can obviously play f3 at some point if you want to hold the structure on f5, maybe g4.
I would consider bishop h6, understanding that you're trying to go knight e3 or knight to d2, and my bishop's not doing all that much. But one of the big problems for black, Danny, is that look at the pawn structure on the queen side. a5, b7, c5, there is a gaping hole on b5, and you would love to be able to push your pawn to b5 at some point, but with the knight on c3, bishop on e2, and maybe even white playing a4 at the right moment, I'm just closing in on these important squares on the queen side.
This is like the good side of the Benoni that Fabiano hasn't been playing lately. He needs to give it up as black. But we'll see. Yeah, this is like a good Benoni structure. If white gets all the things that Robert's talking about here, knights on the light squares and with this very, very strong positional advantage on d5, going to be tricky for Bassem Amin. By the way, amazing stuff over in the Firouzja Hikaru game.
Hey, take us there.
Alireza didn't take. He bought the bluff almost. Either that or there's some like super deep idea there that even the computer, what was going on? He takes b4. What would have been happening here?
I'm trying to figure that out right now. I really don't see anything.
Is it like some crazy idea that you take and sack the piece? I mean, I don't think so. I'm trying to throw things out there, like something like kind of weird and unique. No, that just doesn't look good.
Was there, instead of taking on b4 there, can you take f takes e6, c takes d4, take on d7, bishop f6 or something like bishop f6, and then some kind of d3? But that also looks suspicious.
Interesting. Maybe. I mean,
or maybe your bishop takes b4 move as well and just stealing that pawn. But
well, you have to move the knight, I guess, and d7 will probably fall.
But from Alireza's perspective, you still must like this position. You're up a piece, and you're forcing black to prove he has enough compensation.
Yeah, it's like you imagine a fantasy world where black gets to play c5 and get the d7 pawn back, and you're like, okay, well, there's a lot of pawns, and the knights seem kind of awkward. But it makes me wonder, I mean, what these guys have at home as far as, is this literally Alireza kind of buying the bluff? Because what's shocking, Robert, is that he took 6 minutes on the move and neglected to take, which is more time and effort than you and I can put in right now, right? And clearly they know the position in terms of prep. So either he just really overthought this, or there's something sneaky and deep about this idea that Hikaru knows.
No, I think he just bought the bluff.
Yeah, me too. It seems like the simplest answer should be the right one.
Look at how much time Hikaru has, how quickly he's been playing, and how much experience he has. So Alireza is like, I mean, f6, e6, it looks good, and I want to trust myself, but in Hikaru, I trust. I've seen him play this so many times. I've researched his games, but I mean, f takes e6 feels like a missed opportunity there.
Apparently, this is an idea as well, based on the fact that if you take d7, maybe there's something like you said with takes in d3. I don't know. I mean, I'm with you. It's very, very surprising. But either way, instead, we see a capture back on c5, and then e5, and now the position is totally unclear. So Firouzja down on the clock, and not necessarily down on the board, but definitely no longer an advantage for white.
It's becoming more double-edged because white's pawns do look threatening over there on the king side with e5 and f5, but black has the kind of uncompromised pawn structure. White has double f pawns, not that that's that big of a deal, but the c and d pawns, if they start rolling, then you can see black's compensation in full force. So I still like white just on the basis of those pawns there, but timely rook e8 might also ruin white's chances and get that pawn e5.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Well, if we end up getting an interview or something, we'll find out. I would love to figure out what the deeper moment was there, or what happened there. But that was interesting, and thought we had to come back to mention it. So crazy stuff going on here in this round 8. Lots of other games going that haven't even gotten our attention yet. I'm spying the board, and if you see one, go ahead and shout out. Lots of interesting stuff.
I've been focused on this game, so you take us where we need to go.
Let's go over to Levon Aronian's game. I mean, Team Europe is also tied for second, and with a lot to play for here. Aronian as black against FIDE Gujrathi. I guess I just spied the rook on d4 and thought, well, that's interesting. Let's go there. a simple creature, I admit.
A knight on d5 that looks good, but I mean, is black going to be able to play a move like b5 and just challenge the entire structure? Because if black gets some activity and doesn't allow white to cement a piece on d5, then I think that black should ultimately be okay.
Okay. So FIDE on the clock with a huge advantage, more than 10 minutes almost. Levon probably thinking about your idea of b5, I guess. Makes sense.
You don't typically see Levon down so much time, so maybe he's been caught off guard by this entire position. I don't like the fact that black's king is on h8. It feels bad, particularly for endgames, and we've already seen a bunch of trades. If we see more trades, the king being over there in the corner makes it further away from the action.
Well, this is going to be a positional battle if black plays b5, but I admit I probably chose the wrong game for us to go to, because on second try, again, spying so many great games, I think we have to go to this one between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Pantala Harikrishna. There's a king on f7, Robert, and white's down a piece. This is going to be fun.
Wow, that is a fun one to see. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda doing the reverse of what Pantala Harikrishna did to him, because Harikrishna just launched a huge attack, sacrificed in exchange. And as we get to the live position, we'll see that, well, Duda's down some material, but there's a king on f7.
Yeah, sorry, I was just playing it. You were mentioning the previous battle they had where Harikrishna sacked in exchange and had a huge attack. In this game...
Wait, white's not down a piece, Danny.
Oh, white's not down a piece. White just has an attack. False alarm.
Oh my God, I am not trusting you. I said I was going to let you take the wheel. I was going to let you steer the ship here. And then you tell me things like white's down a piece. So I was just talking. And then I look at the position. I'm like, Danny, white's not down a piece.
White's just totally winning. My bad.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I don't think white is, of course, much, much, much better. But, you know, the longer this, king survives, the h4 pawn is now hanging. You consider taking it. But of course, white is happy to have this position where it's a clear attack coming and not a very clear defense. But I just can't get over the fact that you told me white was of a piece, and I feel lied to.
I'm sorry. I made a mistake. The live position, I ran through the opening and realized halfway through, wait a second, he's not down a piece, and now he takes h4, and so Harikrishna is defending actively, not passively. Jan-Krzysztof really close up on that cam now.
Oh, and he plays f5, but that's one of those moves that, could it be too soon for that move?
Yeah, because you're inviting pressure on g3, although taking would allow the queen to enter with check, so a tempi saves the day. And somehow I get the feeling that white might sack a piece on g3 for a quick castles long and bringing pieces to the open files.
I'm trying to figure out if I can take on g3 now, and
queen
how are you going to take back?
Maybe queen... Yeah, I guess your point is if I take with the queen, you take with tempo, right?
Right. And then I'm going to play queen g5 and try to safeguard my king by active defense.
Right. If I take with the bishop, at the very least, you still can't take, but that feels weird, right? To retreat the bishop. I mean, you just start looking at things like check and stuff, but maybe that's what white can do and play king d2, and here we go. Castle the old-fashioned.
Then there's queen g5 with a check, and that doesn't look good either for white. So
right. Something like this, and craziness. Yeah, black is... Wowzers. Well, like I said, maybe there's ideas to give up g3 if you get the attack going on f5. So
you just want to justify the fact that you said that white is down a piece by sacrificing a piece later.
Why not? Why not? It's not my pieces.
But in all seriousness, I mean, you at first were saying like the king on f7. You're right. I mean, it looks so vulnerable. But now black is the one who's up a pawn.
Yep.
And if you don't have a direct checkmating attack, and I fend you off. The longer this game goes, Black has a lot of positives in this position. You know, very solid pawn structure on the queen side, and I mean, of course, checkmate ends the game, but I don't see that clear checkmate just yet.
Yeah, me neither. And neither does Hari, I guess. That's why he was willing to take that pawn, because he didn't see a clear way for his king to be destroyed. He's got a 4-minute time advantage. Hari, you know, regardless of the result, Robert, Hari has given us some of the most exciting games in the event. The biggest drama moment might have been his mouse slip, unfortunately, from the previous day. But still, he's played really aggressive fighting chess, and, you know, maybe that backfires in this game, but it's been fun to watch.
It sure has. And we have a result in the books that is a draw between Sergei Karyakin and Wei Yi. So that one is over.
Quickly showing it, almost hardly any fight there. Second game of the day, didn't deliver much fireworks. So then we come back here to Hari Krishna's game. This will definitely be the excitement of the round. People yelling for Firouzja and Hikaru. I get it. I hear you, two of the biggest stars for sure. We're keeping an eye on it. Not as exciting as this position, though. Remember, you can head over to chess.com/events or chess.com's live server. Go.chess.com/ONC games will also deliver the glory. And if you're on the go, it's easy as well. So if you don't like what we're covering, we encourage you, please go over there. Okay. I'm just looking at some of the other games. Now. Bishop G3, Robert, your move was played.
Yeah, you're just removing a potential attacker, and I think I'm just preventing you from castling so easily. And Bishop takes G3 was the response there. And do you throw in a check on E7? This is a tough question here, because if you throw in the check, the bishop might come right back to E5. So I would play Queen G5 first and say you're not castling queenside. And if you castle kingside, it might be the white king that comes under fire.
Yeah, I'm excited about the idea that white can castle long, but you know what I forgot is king could also still castle short.
But I mean, Queen G5 castles kingside, like whose king is going to be worse?
I know, it's so funny. Like castle kingside, taking F5 no longer on the agenda, and the other rook coming over. But again, it's a weird position because black is primed to do just fine over here on the king side, as long as you can deal with this issue.
Yeah, you play knight of 6 first, and then now G takes F5 is a threat because my rook and queen are lined up against your bishop on G3.
Right.
And then behind that, the pawn on G2 with checkmate. So it's a real fight here, and both sides have chances.
And if you take here, the rook takes, and big trouble, little G file, starring Kurt Russell. Okay, well, yeah, this is this is going to be a wild one. Again, there's so many great games going on. I guess we'll give the fans a real quick shout out. We'll go back to Firouzja Hikaru just quickly. Again, if you missed it, this game maybe already passed its most dramatic moment that had me and Robert a bit shell-shocked, to say the least. In this position, it seemed that Firouzja had something big working if he took E6. He elected not to. Who knows what's going on with that? But now the position looks just fine for black. The two passed pawns versus the two sort of central pawns in the attack here, right? And this is Firouzja now down on the clock as well. So going to be a weird finish.
And one thing black has to keep an eye on is like an eventual F6 type of move, or even an E6, especially with that rook on A7, because the black king is a little bit lonely over there. Yep. So you can even sacrifice one of the pawns to create threats in the other. For example, E6, if you capture me on E6, I don't have any sort of checkmate just yet, but that rook on A7, and if you can get the queen attacking G7 as well, that could be a problem for black. But for now, everything is under control.
Yeah, you'd love to play queen E4, but maybe black even has E5. So it's one of those things where you start to smell blood in the water, right? But you just don't see the fresh meat yet. You've got potential here, but how do you make it work?
If I knew how to make it work, I'd be one of the players in this event instead of commentating on it.
Yep. You can never mind. I was going to go off on a different kind of pop culture tangent, but I held back. Just proving the people wrong, that it is possible for me to hold back. All right. This game between Maxime Bachet-Lagrave and Vichy Anand, speaking of a different board one battle, other than Hikaru and Firouzja, nothing too exciting, just want to show it. Again, Team Europe is the favorite against Team India based on how this event has gone. But the round here is still anybody's round. Rook d5 actually looks like a decent move there from Anand, and maybe we just get equality, something like king c4, takes c5. Where do you think this one is headed? Maybe g4, I guess, is the response instead.
G4, bishop takes d4 is perhaps possible there, just to say you take up c5 and your knight's pinned and I get that back. But at first glance, it does look really nice for white, promising with an knight f5, because if you could play g4 and king c4 at the same time, white is so happy in a position like this. But of course, you don't get to make two moves at once. That's against the rules of chess. And if that's the case, then black is probably just in time to hold the balance.
My niece actually recently explained the rules of castling to me. And she said, did you know you can move two pieces at once?
That's a good point. I misspoke, but in this position, you can't. Well, that's only one move, though. You're moving two pieces, but it's only one move. So you can't make two moves at once.
Yep. No, of course. Kidding. That's why I was wondering if this is the right line, because at least you have the 7th rank threat, but black can maybe just guard it. Maybe there's nothing to it. I mean, it feels like white should still be better, like you said. The pawn structure feels like the active king. Does it count for anything? But other than that, because of your bishop takes d4 line on g4, I don't really see any other option.
Yeah. I think that this one is going to be a hold for Vishy. He's been very sturdy throughout this event.
Super sturdy, and helping. Remember, he's the only team captain and player for Team India, so they needed that. They did get their first win of the event last round. If you're just tuning in, Team India finally gets on the board with a match victory. Again, I'm spying this game between Jan-Christoph Duda and Hari Krishna. I don't think we're going to get anything better this round.
I'm happy to go back there. I mean, it's
Let's
very
do it. By the way, we have
position.
another draw this round already. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren have drawn, so Team Russia is not getting too many fireworks on the board right now versus Team China. Understandably so, I guess. But okay, back to the Hari Krishna game. Knight f6 was played, just as you suggested. And who has the attack here? Castles was played. This is a fun game here.
I don't know who has the attack, because as white, I kind of want to throw the f5 pawn off the board. Like, if you allowed me to make a move here as white, I'd just say f5 off the board, because you open up the f file for your rook, and that's actually a good pawn to go down while not opening the g file. So look what he does. He actually is going forward with my plan of, please take me on f5 with your queen, because then my f pawn is off the board and the g file is not open, and I'm just going to move my queen away, play bishop e5, and you have problems down the f file.
Moving the queen anywhere is going to be super tricky for black. The next move, things like bishop e5, doubling up on f6. So that's interesting. Bishop f4 hits the queen, and of course Jan-Christoph doesn't capture it. He plays queen to g4 instead.
Well, Jan-Christoph's white, so you mean Hari Krishna doesn't capture.
Hari does not capture it. Queen g4.
So how do you give up that pawn? I mean, I'm really fixating on this idea, but I don't want to allow g takes f5.
Yeah, the only way to get rid of it is to take, but that helps black achieve everything he needs.
Oh, I have an idea. What about knight d1? Because if you do play g takes f5, now I have knight e3 with a tempo on your queen, protecting the pawn on g2, and that suddenly allows you to bring another attacking piece into the game.
It's a great idea. Queen has to retreat, and then you can move your bishop on the next move, as you talked about, turning that f-pawn disappearance into an advantage.
And the reason why is because you look at this position and there's knight d1.
Playing guess the move here, Robert Hess.
Why I thought about this is I actually had a lesson with a student recently, and we were talking about what looks like a promising position, but not being able to convert it or to actually increase the pressure. And in a position like this, rook f2, rook a to f1 is one of the ideas that for sure comes to mind, but you have to realize that your opponent is also up to something. And so I'm thinking my knight on c3 is not doing anything. The pawn on c6 just completely stifles that piece, and so does the pawn on d5 as well. And so let me bring my knight to a sort of e3, where in some ways it's like a bug house type of maneuver. You're attacking and defending simultaneously, and then you can press forward when you've fended off your opponent's threats.
Of course, if it was bug house, the knight would just be dropping itself on d6 or h6 right now with a fork. But yes, Well played. I love that. Knight d1, knight e3, defend, attack, and looking tricky. Again, though, I mean, it's a weird position all around. Still seems like either player could have an advantage here. I wonder at some point if Black has a move that just kind of laughs in the face of danger or something. Okay, seems crazy, especially because knight e3 is coming. We got to deal with that. But I'm wondering if there's a variation, Robert, where somehow this king hides on h8 and everything opening up ultimately favors Black.
Yeah, king run at some point may be necessary, but I mean, that knight e3 move looks so strong, and Hare Krishna could be considering some kind of rook e8 and exchange sack on e3, but white has to be happy about what happens there. So I wouldn't go for this, I don't think, if I Hare, but
no, maybe you're right. I
works.
mean, maybe it's, by the way, how else are you dealing with this? I mean, this is coming, and you already pointed out how bad this is. So rook e8, knight e3, you take the exchange. At least there you can take on f5.
Oh, then I get my knight to e4 next.
Yeah.
Actually, this is looking promising for Black.
No, I think maybe you were right. Maybe rook e8 is the best thing to do here.
Danny, this is where commentating comes in really handy, because when you're playing, you're thinking very concretely in terms of specific moves. When I commentate, I'm thinking of general plans, general advice. And so bringing a piece into the game, but then thinking about how that's going to affect Black. It's like, well, my rook on a8 is not doing anything. And I know I'm giving up a rook for a less valuable piece. But if I can then take on f5 and also stop my opponent from checkmating me, that feels like a good trade-off, despite the initial hesitance you might have about the material that you're giving up.
Yeah, and you're using chess principles with everything you're saying, right? Talking about being a coach with your student, which is, hey, the piece that's out of the game needs to play. And AlphaZero as well is the ultimate proponent of the initiative, using everybody, even at the cost of the points. So if the rook has to give itself up for the knight, but actually the pieces remaining are more powerful for Black, then sign me up, I guess. So this is a wild game. Super fun.
I think it's the last game I want to talk about, because I feel like this is my game. You know,
I know you guessed like every move for Black and White here, and this is we'll see if it can continue. So now what, Robert? What's going to happen next?
I mean, knight e3, I'm anticipating, because I don't really see another move. Also, Black can play queen e2 if you want to trade queens. You are up a pawn to begin with. And I'm liking Hare Krishna's position. We've said he's played some great chess throughout the entire event, and it's true. And this game is no exception to that.
No, he really has. And it's exciting chess, too. One of the games that he definitely should have won was when he was white in this same exact pairing. He didn't convert. As Black, though, we have just as dynamic of an affair. A lot of other not so dynamic games this round, if I'm totally honest. Let's back up for a second while we let them think, and just quickly flash that Vida Gujrathi does have an advantage over here against Levon Aronian with the extra pawn, but still major pieces in the endgame.
Danny, math. It's not an extra pawn.
It's not an extra pawn. I meant an extra pawn because it's passed here in the center. Not an extra pawn.
We're going to have to work on that addition later.
I'm the guy who's getting up at like 3:30 a.m., okay? Mr. Judgy McJudgerson. I'm tired.
I mean, you know, Mr. Excuserstein over there, you know, here that pawn is looking good. It's a passed pawn, but that just goes to show about pawn quality. You have a passed pawn, a queen behind it, and the king on h8. I talked about this earlier in the case of an endgame. Now there might be back rank checkmates that keep Black's forces tied to his own first rank.
Yep. Okay, so maybe it's actually a little bit harder for Levon than I realized, even though he's not down a pawn. Math confirmed. But it is tricky, right? You want to find two things. You want to find a way to get pressure on the d-pawn and free your back rank. So the goal is simple, at least. And what happens in the meantime? By the way, another draw this round.
Who drew?
Irina has already drawn Maria Muzichuk. Irina Krush, excuse me. Should say full names.
And watch out for queen takes e6 now in this game that we're looking at.
That's a threat. Queen e4 stops it. And combining the threat of the d-pawn running along with maybe a switcherooski to the 7th rank here.
You should show that, Danny. So b5, rook e7, queen takes d5 is a blunder because rook e8 is check. And you distract the rook away. The king has no escape.
And that's a key point as to why queen e4 was played so quickly by Vidit. I think this is an idea he spied the moment Levon played h6, everyone, is now the queen guarding the square is what makes that threat possible. If the queen was on any other square, that's not a threat. So actually Levon, he's got his work cut out for him. Rook e7's a real threat along with d6. This is tricky. Interesting that we talked about, what a tough pairing it was for someone struggling in the event like Vidit has been, and Levon, who's been an absolute stud, a star. So, like I said, maybe it's a game that will poke the bear a little bit, but Vidit playing a very good game right now.
And if I had put you on the spot here, Danny, which I do often, and I said, all right, is this closer to a win for white or is black closer to holding? What would you say?
I think it's closer to a win for white right now.
My gut tells me that it should be closer to black being able to hold, but given the practical elements of such a position, I would have to agree with you.
Well, right now, I think that this position with d6 and rook e7 coming makes it really hard. There's no way to deal with the concrete threats without, I guess, further kind of extending your structure almost. I'm looking at f5. But, okay, the reason when I first came to this, I was prefacing it, well, not a lot of excitement over the other board is because I did the kind of superficial, major pieces versus major pieces. Is the d-pawn really going to be enough? But then the more the concrete elements are revealed, it looks hard for black to deal with these threats.
It's true, but white's king is also not the most well-defended either. It's not going to be a checkmating attack, but when I see a pawn configuration like this with h3, g2...
Oh, very nice. You called it, yeah.
And I want to get a queen c1, queen f4. You drawing the arrows before I can even say it. This is why
I'm
we're
waking up.
team.
I'm tired of the blunders I've been making here. I'm just, been a little tired, a little distracted. But yeah, this idea is very clear, and this is exactly the pawn structure you look for a perpetual check-in, right?
But because the queen is so well centered on e4, that prevents that kind of drawing mechanism from being a thing. Yep. And I'm wondering, though, how is white going to push forward? Because if you play d6 now, the rook on d8 can't capture it because of back rank checkmate still. So that's a good move in the sense that you're not blundering a pawn away. But maybe that makes black's life a little bit easier in the sense that now your d-pawn can eventually become an issue. But ultimately, this queen on e4, keeping that king stuck on the back rank is so essential.
Yeah. And by the way, you mentioned d6 being a threat. If you get another move and there isn't a queen c7 check, then the pawn pushes again, right? So this is just very tricky. Queen c7 was a good move as far as at least poking at the potential problems in white's structure, but Vidit will try to find an accurate way to expand.
And maybe I was wrong. I said that maybe black is closer, objectively should be closer to holding, but the more moves that are played and d6 on the agenda, I'm going to take my words back and say this just looks phenomenal.
Robert, you're never wrong. You're just always giving me an opportunity to learn a lesson. And the chat
at least you're learning.
Let's go back. You're never losing if you're learning, I always say. And that's a pep talk that guys like me have had to give themselves a lot of times. All right, here we go. Back to the Jan Krzysztof Duda matchup versus Pentala Hari Krishna. The exchange sack occurred. The G file is open. And I just love Hari's position here. Here comes the knight to e4.
Well, don't go knight e4 now because rook takes f5 check is a tactical
Wins
shot.
the
You don't
queen
want to
with
miss.
rook f1. Very nice. But wow, what a weird position, right? Hari is on the clock. Let me just show the tactic you were highlighting.
Yep.
Right? This is a problem.
Exactly. And even that, I would say black should be okay.
Yeah, it's weird.
In all likelihood. He plays knight e6. Yeah, that's a smart move.
I was going to guess that move makes sense. Bring the knight out first, and you're still not exactly threatening knight e4 because of your threat, but you pointed out well that the knights just, if they dominate the light scores, black is okay in a lot of weird material imbalances. This is one of those positions where the math says, and we know I'm not good at math, we've established that today, but the math says white, has the rook, should be better in terms of the chess points, but the knights are the ones dominating the critical action in the center. Knight e6 threatens f4, by the way. You have h4, h3.
A rook is better than a knight and two pawns?
You're asking me?
Yeah, you said by points that white should be better, so I'm asking you if you think a rook is more valuable than a knight and two pawns.
Well, I was just pointing out the exchange imbalance, right? I mean, the f5 pawn could fall, and if
actually,
it's a rook
taking on f5 now is probably a decent choice.
Okay, and he does it, yeah.
And I
with
think
the
black
with
has
the
to
knight,
take
I
on
mean, the knight
d4.
only has one pawn, and with the exchange imbalance, that's what I'm saying. Is like you'd think white should be better. Maybe white will be better. I don't know, but it feels like the knight should be able to outplay them when they control all these squares.
And well, by taking knight takes d4, you still have the second. You get the second pawn back for that exchange, and also white's king is not so happy, but black's king for sure is not happy either. In the case of knight takes d4, it's forcing
Wow,
bishop d4, queen d4, rook f2. I don't want to allow an immediate draw with king h1, queen h4 check, and they're going to be pins for both sides.
yeah, crazy. Rook f2. You'd love to play knight g4, but the knight is pinned. The rook, even if it's pinned, can still do a little pinning of his own.
Yeah.
A wild one. A wild one.
Yeah, I actually don't know who's better here. I mean, your point about just now that the f5 pawn is gone and being able to double in the f file, and also there's some sneaky variations where if your rook moves out the way with that rook f2, the queen can come to h7.
Yep. Yeah, I love that idea. The rook goes to f2, the knight is pinned, and suddenly this might be a threat. Yeah, I think we're going to head back over to the Firouzja Hikaru game. Not sure what happened over there, but Firouzja does manufacture the e-pawn forward. With it, maybe an advantage. Hikaru is focused and zoned in there. But this is as scary as any positions he's had since the Vichy Anand game, right? Maybe in the entire event. And for those who didn't see that game yesterday, Hikaru was undeniably in big trouble, but really held on and then joined us in an interview. But this one looks like some pressure is facing Nakamura.
That's a great pawn. It's sort of like the Vidit pawn, where it may be even material, but it's hard to notice that when after f takes e6, I have a nice advanced pawn, my rook on the 7th rank, so the black king not safe either. There's actually interesting overlap between these two games.
Yeah. And you've got these two pawns here, which, you know, and so if you misplay it and the e pawn falls, these two pawns will be nasty. But maybe Firouzja considers the trade now. If you take d5 and trade it for e6, in the end, black's king still has some things to worry about.
That's a good point, because sometimes people are afraid to give up their passed pawn, thinking that, no, I need to keep that at all costs, otherwise my advantage is totally gone. But you're 100% correct that because of black's king lack of safety, that even that trade there opens up a new diagonal for the white queen.
Yeah, and it could be things like queen a5. Also, you could also go for the, as you said, the diagonal. It's a position where, despite the material close to equality, you shouldn't underestimate that if this c pawn eventually falls, which though it's passed, it's also isolated. This does offer good winning chances as an endgame. The knight endgame even has outside chances. The knight and rooks can create a lot of problems. So if you're looking at this position, it is a little scary for Hikaru, because if everything transitions, whether I get something against the king or not as Firouzja, if the c pawn falls, white still has winning chances.
Yeah, there's also another good point that in knight endgames, that extra pawn tends to really be a struggle, especially with knight and rook combinations. So I think that Hikaru has done a good job of fending off all the races. Those pawns on f5 and e5 scared me earlier, but I do believe that white is better and has a pretty safe advantage, most importantly.
Yeah, interesting. Well, he is down on the clock. I guess the one thing we haven't really pointed out is that critical moment earlier where Firouzja took 6 minutes kind of surprised us. That's an understatement if you missed it. But that he hasn't really recovered on time. So that's definitely going to be something Hikaru can maybe press a little bit. We'll see if Firouzja can continue to find good moves despite being under time pressure.
And Danny, I wanted just to mention and give a shout out to Wesley So, because he's about to win for Team USA.
Wow.
And
yeah, let's head over there real
position.
quick. The trade of the D for the E pawn does indeed occur. Wesley So, as black, is about to beat Jorge Corey.
He's up 2 pawns to start with, and if you take this pawn on e3, then I can probably just queen c2 check and things like that. And at the very least, black remains up a clear pawn, maybe even 2 pawns. But it's not good for white, that's for sure.
And the bishop probably better than the knight, unless the outside dream of a Batman and Robin dynamic duo checkmate attack happens. The queen and knight, not really the better duo than the queen and bishop in an open board endgame like this. So Corey Only 2 minutes on the clock, down a pawn, as you said. Well, two to start. Wow. What a day for Wesley So, right? He drew earlier against Sergei Karyakin, the hold that USA needed. And if he wins this, Team USA is in great shape to stay in second place.
I was worried that we held him too long in the interview and he wouldn't have time to get in playing shape, but he's clearly showing good chess in this game. And Danny, I think you inspired him. You gave him the good juju.
Gave him the good jujus. You know, nothing like reconnecting with family to help that happen. By the way, let's go back to Hikaru and Firouzja. They've drawn. So interesting. Firouzja plays Queen D3 and offered a draw, which I think that's what happened. I don't actually. I'm trying to scroll back through the chat to see who offered the draw before I make this statement. It's a little hard to find. It was a very busy chat. A lot of people watching the game over on chess.com. So, okay, well, I don't know who offered the draw, but they did agree to it. Maybe we overestimated Firouzja's potential advantage, although are you a little surprised that the game ended here?
I am surprised, but now that they have agreed on a draw, that's information for me to use. I guess queen to b2 is the move that Firouzja was anticipating, and the f2 pawn is a target. And if I play a move like knight to d2, we just trade everything on d2, get into a rook endgame, which would just I guess
sorry, I was trying to get to the rook ending too fast. I knew I was blundering, but okay, queen b2, I guess. Wow. All right. Well, I mean, again, a shout out to Hikaru. We still don't know what happened earlier. This game has just had us flummoxed. So, I mean, it seems like we maybe didn't have the thread on this game from the beginning, or the players, maybe had some weird chances that weren't taken advantage of. But either way, this game ultimately ends in peace. Not the worst result for Hikaru and Team USA, because drawing as black puts them in a great spot, especially if Wesley So takes care of business over here.
And Danny, I see Hikaru in the chat. He goes, I played the wrong move order. Obviously, e5 first, not b takes c5.
Okay, so it makes us feel a little better, Hikaru. Normally, as you know, I'm wrong for a living. But we were definitely flummoxed, obviously, Hikaru in chat. And but the move order was interesting. Firouzja took a bunch of time and didn't take advantage of it. And this ended up being a weird game from start to finish.
That's right. And Alireza trusted Hikaru. Of course, we tend to trust Hikaru too, but we were just, scratching our heads wondering, can you just take that pawn on e6 and go for it? But thankfully for, USA fans, Wesley So's in such good shape in this game that they didn't need Hikaru to play the perfect game. They just needed that result out of him. And Hikaru continues to be a great board one for the American squad, as he hasn't lost a single game. And you can't stress just how important that is, because that one loss in a 4-board lineup that can just lose the team a match immediately.
As you saw there on the left with the scoreboard was there, Irina Crusher has already drawn her game, which means the only two left are Wesley So's battle that he's about to win. And let's go over to Fabiano Caruana's game versus the good doctor Bassem Amin. This one has a little bit more unclearness to it, but Fabiano looks like he's maybe on the verge of an attack as bishop takes h5, a threat. My voice gets high when I doubt myself.
It does look like it's an option at some point because the g-pawn is pinned. And how has this happened? I thought that this was going to be some sort of strategic battle, and now it's getting all tactical.
It happened. I got one move right, but we left it all the way back here when knight f1 was played, and as you said, we were looking for that strategic kind of knight maneuver, right? So I'm going to go through, and you pause me when you see something you don't like, man. Oh, rook. What? Okay. A dip.
What?
What's up?
Yeah, what?
What happened?
I love exchange sacrifices, but I wasn't expecting that one.
Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Okay. Well, Jorge decides to sack the exchange. I don't know what happened there, but it looks like it was okay for Fabiano, and then he turns on the thrusters of the king side. Weird game.
And that bishop on g7, and then rook f6, another exchange sack.
Double exchange sack, double kill. Rook f6, that was a move. I love that. Hitting the knight. f7 is undermined if you move it. Obviously, the bishop kind of has to take it. But here comes the attack for white. Bishop takes h5, knight takes e4. Right back at you, he says.
So if you can trade queens here, but I guess Basema means claiming that in these end games there are chances for him to hold here despite maybe being down a pawn. But I like white's chances. It just looks good for Fabiano.
You could take g6, take b8, and take e4, right? Is that just, am I just being too straightforward?
You could also take b8, take e4, and take c5. So you have your options of which pawn.
Yeah, maybe your idea is even better. Take, and bake. The d pawn is good, although h3 falls. So
that's true.
Maybe that was what Bassem calculated. You could also take and give a little check because you do have a little dance on e4 to do.
Oh, and so king g8 only move, and knight takes e4, and that king is in big trouble over there. That looks way better, Danny. No, that's good. You've redeemed yourself, my friend.
Don't speak so soon. Queen h4. Queen h4 though does look good. I'm guessing a few moves.
It's funny because queen h4 ideas were totally off my radar. Like I was thinking bishop g6 trade queens, but when you have attacking on the brain like you do all the time, it's really helpful in a position like this.
Queen h4 also, I have to admit, when I first saw this idea, it's because I was fantasizing about some checkmate idea, which of course would be horrible because of queen g3. But the second time I looked at it, I realized it was winning the knight. So you're right to call me out. The first idea I had was mate, but it looks like it will be good if Fabiano goes to that. It looks very forcing, by the way. There's no other move, so if Fabiano wants this position, he shall have it.
Yeah, and is there some kind of rook takes e4, queen g3 check? I don't think so, right?
Whoa. What a move, Mr. Hess. Is there f7 and rook f1?
There might be. I'm worried that black is going to checkmate it, so I'm just trying to give myself an option with a queen g3 check in the right moment.
No, it's a really good option, right? Queen g3. If I go this way, bishop takes. Oh, I just have queen g2. Aha. So it's probably fine.
Right. Okay. And then queen e3 check, and I maybe get some checks, but not enough, I feel.
Sorry, I thought I'll show that line.
No, you're good. You're good. I think we kind of we got the point across that there may be some checks in a position like this, but I don't see enough to warrant the sacrifice with maybe king f7 and you somehow just play on down exchange, but I don't know. I don't believe in it.
So Fabi goes for it. We'll see if Bassem believes it is his last chance to sack the exchange. It's a very tricky position because if you don't find that move, I mean, f7 is coming next, knight g5 is coming. This is very, very tough. By the way, Grandmaster Wesley So, we'll stay right here, but Wesley So does indeed convert on his game versus Jorge Corey. The white player resigns here. So Wesley So getting a huge W to follow Hikaru Nakamura and Irina Krush's draws. And Team USA continues to roll. Team Europe, who hasn't gotten a ton of attention this round, the game with Levon and Vidit has transitioned to a rook ending. Hari Krishna and Jan-Christoph Duda also in the endgame now. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Vishwanathan Anand did draw their game.
Okay. So, but Vidit was, we thought he was on the verge of a victory in that one against Levon Aronian, but I haven't checked in a while.
Let's stay right here with Fabi and Bassem, because this game definitely looks like it's going to be the most exciting finish anyway. But this position that I'm showing on the board between Gujrathi and Aronian, only white can win. And how big would that be for Vidit to redeem himself? And Team USA, suddenly the biggest Vidit Gujrathi fan on the planet, because that slows down Team Europe.
Yes, they're definitely rooting for Vidit, and for him, he's had a very tough event. But if he can beat Levon Aronian, that's a victory that you cherish for the rest of your life.
It's kind of like me, just redemption, A lot of blunders, and you find one tactic, and Robert forgives you. That's, how kind you are. Okay, no, but seriously, this looks great. I mean, one thing to point out, everybody, is if Vidit wins these pawns, this is not one of those endgames that's a draw with, split pawns. This is an easily winning endgame with two connected passers. So these pawns being as weak as they are gives Gujrathi great winning chances. So we'll keep an eye on it. But as we said, I think the guys on camera, Fabiano looks like he's the right tactic away from probably putting the good doctor to bed with some good bedside manner.
F7 check, your idea, Danny. And yeah, I heard your joke, but I chose to ignore it.
I'm trying here. I'm doing my best, all right?
But F7 check, right? That's just...
F7 check looks good.
Because where does that black king think it's escaping to?
Let's see it. takes. There you can do a lot of things. You can bring the rook in. You can play check on h7 first. I think that looks to be best.
You can go knight g5 check.
Knight g5 check
well.
also. Yeah.
But actually, the line you're about to show was better, and I see the engine bar drop. So my line is bad. Queen h7 check, king f8. All right,
I think it's just this. Maybe the simplest. Yes. I don't know. And then you.
But also, there's not much time for Bassem, so he needs to go quickly.
Queen h6 was played, and that seemed pretty good. Queen
Wow, I love how simple it was. Queen h6 just checkmated one. We're looking for f7, and that was my bad. I threw it out there. Queen h6 just can't stop queen g7.
It's been quite the day here on the FIDE.chess.com Online Nations Cup. Let's go back to this rook ending and see what happens with Vidit Gujrathi and Levon Aronian. Obviously, it could be instructive. A lot of rook endings are. For those who watch these to get better, but there's more than 27,000 of you right now. Wow, we got a lot of people here. Thanks for being here, and we appreciate it wherever you're tuning in from, Chess TV, Twitch, YouTube, or one of the aforementioned Periscope, Facebook, Mixer. Can I combine those three into a single word somehow?
Knowing you'll try. I don't think you'll be able to. Nope.
Okay. Yeah, Levon
that sounds like a trademark, word.
It was funny. Dude, right as I said that, Levon shook his head on camera as if he heard me. It was so funny.
He just knows.
Vidit OP right now for the win, and this would be a really tough one for Team Europe. Put them trailing Team USA heading into the last day. Again, the scoreboard will be updated there momentarily. We see some of you asking about that. There we go. The results are coming in. So, but if Team USA looks like they've already beaten. Team World. So, they're going to be in clear second heading into the last day tomorrow, Robert.
Yeah, especially with this game and how hard Krishna's playing against Duda, it seems like India has found their form a little bit too late.
Indeed, and they had some bad luck earlier. Vidit had some positions that were okay. He also had some tough games, running into a Fabi on great form. So you're right, Team India finding their form, but it is too little too late. We're going to stay right here with Levon and Gujrathi, but quickly show you that Hari Krishna probably not in any position to lose. This is now all of a sudden a great exchange sack with such an active king and a passed d-pawn. Black should be doing just fine as this one closes out. So, yeah, Team India rising to the occasion here toward the end of the event.
And Levon shakes his head. Vidit, we can barely see him. He's so locked into this game here. And one good thing that everybody should take note of is that Vidit's pawn remains on a6, because sometimes you need your king to snake in front of the pawn, and then rook shoulder off the other rook, and then be able to promote. Because if you say put your pawn on a7 and had your rook on a8 for white, I know that's maybe a little hard to conceptualize, but having the rook in front of the pawn can be quite bad in some of these end games when the black rook will sit behind it.
No, it's a great point. Everyone kind of drag them. So if the rook was here and the pawn's here, all you need is the rook sitting behind the pawn, and white's dead stuck, because in a lot of those positions, your king is never really threatening progress. You can just be checked away, and there's nowhere for your king to hide as the rook and pawn take those squares. So Robert highlighting something that's very important. The fact that you have a shield means that you can eventually escape checks and then slowly kind of inch your way forward with the pawn and king on the a-file. So Gujrathi only has a minute. I mean, so the only way this gets blown, Robert, is him kind of getting down on time and kind of self-imploding. But this should be a win, even with the awkwardness now of the king being cut off on the g-file.
Yeah, and the king will try to make its way back towards that pawn at some point. But the big issue is that black has just a king and a rook, and you're stuck. Do I stop the h-pawn? Do I stop the a-pawn?
Right.
And this is an example of where having rook pawns is so useful, because the pawns are so far away from each other that black will never be in time to stop both.
So what do you do now? Do you play a7 just to force the rook over, and then when you guard it with check, your king is free? The g-file can't be guarded along with the a-pawn at the same time.
Or I slowly maneuver inch my king up the board. King h5, h4. Right. King h6, h5, put my rook on g6, free my king on the g-file.
Okay, yeah, I like that. I like that even better. So we'll see what Vidit comes up with here. Again, just taking his time to convert it. he goes with your plan.
I wonder if he's a lack of confidence, though, because this is the type of thing where you feel like you should be winning, but then you're like, oh, I hope I don't make a mistake.
Well, and Levon still playing so confidently kind of keeps him like a little worried. Looks like we may have some answers to our daily question we asked you earlier. For those of you who don't follow the official Chess.com Twitter account, you can do so. Use the hashtag NationsCup to follow all the action on social media. And we'll get through some of those daily questions here in a moment, so we appreciate you playing along. The question was, what other factors go into a team captain's decision, not just in terms of fielding a complete roster, who do you pick, but also the way you put them on the boards? You know, I think there is something to it, right? There's those that are mentally tougher, those that are more resourceful, you think, those that are maybe faster. And so maybe you think about specific matchups, and so invite you to get involved, use the hashtag NationsCup, and if you have a great answer, you'll get a Diamond membership.
And speaking of specific matchups, Danny, it's great to see Hou Yifan playing some chess and winning against Alexander Goryachkin. And, you know, she's showing that her hiatus is not going to stop her from excelling. And, I mean, just what a fantastic player. We heard Wesley So's thoughts about her earlier today,
Yep.
and she continues to win games, important ones for Team China.
We're going to stay right here. The only other game still going right now is actually Humpy Canero's game versus on a Muzichuk. We'll stay right here with Vidit and Levon. But yeah, before we let you go today, we will quickly show you how Hou Yifan got another victory. Let's just say that the rest of the ladies in the chess world maybe don't miss her, Robert.
I think they probably miss her in the sense that everybody loves seeing the best players compete. Just like, you know, if Magnus Carlsen retired, everyone would be like, wait, where'd that guy go? I know I would be devastated to see that happen. So I do think, you know, when Gary Kasparov retired, people, they miss Gary. They still want him to play. He's captaining Team Europe. They're like, hey, Gary, get out there. Go play board one for Team Europe. But Yifan, she's fantastic. She's, you know, studying these days, but clearly her chess has not suffered too much.
Indeed. And if she decided to come back, I'm sure she would be a very, very welcome acquisition to the world of competitive chess. So, check. And now the threat, everyone, of A8 makes this over. Levon Aronian resigns. Vidit Gujrathi, given the fist pumps there, given the emotion, so excited to get out of the cellar. He outplays one of the hottest players in the event. I mean, I don't think that can be underestimated. It's not just that was a victory, but Levon Aronian has been a man who could not be stopped since round one, right? And Vidit made him halt in his tracks.
I'm speechless after seeing Vidit with the fist pump. It must feel so good after several tough days. You're doubting yourself. You're feeling like you're letting your team down, your country down. And then Vidit gets a huge win over Levon Aronian there. And just, it must be a huge sigh of relief saying, I can play chess with the very best players in the world.
Yeah, it feels like that sometimes. Like you literally just forget how to win games, but Vidit Gujrathi does it. We are back over in the Jan Christoph Duda battle versus Pentala Harikrishna. It's probably still the most exciting one left to finish. Although let's check in on a game that hasn't gotten any attention real quick. Wang Hao and Vladislav Artemiev should draw this position. Yeah, looks like we're just going to have a couple of knights sacrificed for a couple of pawns, and there you go.
And word was that Artemiev was winning earlier in this match, and
okay, interesting.
Now it's a draw.
Surprised you didn't at least make black work a little harder with the King G6, King G7 threat. Not that it's, just to show everybody real quick, not that it's not an easy draw, but you can go in and hope for some sort of like, you know, I don't know. It's always a check, but I don't know, whatever. He doesn't try. That's the point. Here we go, draw. Back to the next game.
Oh man, thank you for your very astute point there. But I know what you're saying.
If the pawn was already on h6, it is a win. But I mean, okay, like the knights don't do well guarding corner pawns. That was my point I was trying to make.
You're right. You're not wrong. Let's put it that way. But Harikrishna now with the advantage against Jan Christoph Duda, despite the fact that we have even number of pawns, but black's pawn is more advanced. In fact, d2 right now isn't the only way you stop it by sacrificing. He said takes back on b5, but d2 is the huge threat.
Yeah, this is it seems like a super hard position for white to play. Less than a minute. The threat of d2 is real. Grandmaster Wesley So in the chess.com chat says there's no real chance for black to win this, though. It's only a draw.
Yeah, rookie 6 check is probably a useful move, just to kick the king out from e3 and then maybe bring the white king over, the king f1, and stop that pawn before it can get too far.
If this game ends in peace, perhaps it's poetic, but these two guys have given us a real fight. Not a game that we necessarily thought would end this way, but they both played very well in a crazy game. A game that magically one side was down a piece at some point, but then they weren't. I got nothing from Robert there. Okay.
No, I was distracted. I was distracted for a change, just checking out the chat. So I pulled a you. You should be proud of me.
Wesley So hanging out in the chess.com chat. Again, you can head over on your mobile app. One of the fun things about following the games on the app is you can very easily watch the games and actually toggle along with the live chat. I was kidding before when I said me and Wesley have some of our deepest talks, but only partly. He is my dad now. We do bond regularly, and chatting on chess.com is one way we do it.
For sure. And rook to e8 by JKD, trying to get the rook behind the passed pawn with a check. And yeah, it feels like black doesn't really have any winning chances anymore that I can see. In fact, has some losing chances, because if your pawn is stopped and I still have my G pawn, I might try to support that one up the board.
Well, he plays d2, which means white has the option to check and sack if the king goes anywhere but e3. So if the king goes to e3, if you want, you can literally end the game with tickle right away. Rook f3, rook f2, maybe just a whole bunch of checks, or rook back to e8.
Well, after king e3, why not just king f1? Your pawn is stopped.
Oh yeah, I mean now you have to be super careful. This is getting awkward.
And rook e2 check is a pretty nasty threat.
And Hari is down on the clock now.
And this could be huge for Team Europe. And I know I've been saying the word huge a lot. Wow, I'm going to stop trying to stop saying that. But this could be a much needed game.
This could be Team of Europe. Above average size for Team Europe.
Yes, exactly, Danny. I appreciate your you throwing in a few wordy synonyms there. B3. So the knight is kicked.
What a great move, actually. The knight has to give up the d pawn. Jan Christoph shaking his head. Don't quite know why. I mean, it looks like he's playing well.
And both players shaking heads. So there's something that neither player likes here. But white is taking this d pawn off the board, and then that g pawn. I said earlier, if I can stop your d pawn and then get my g pawn going, it's very hard for a rook and a knight to stop two rooks and a passed pawn.
Jan Christoph plays rook f3, risking the move rook d4, but then even b4 check is possible, and you kind of force him to give up the d pawn. Okay, black goes rook b4 anyway. With only 2 seconds, by the way. Hari made that move.
Yeah, it's a bullet game at this point.
The 10-second increment could be enough to get them a little bit of time back on the clock, but likely we'll be sticking right here for a while without a lot of time left for either side. Check, rook c4. Okay, interesting.
Oh, you see Judas shake his head. He didn't see that coming. He forgot about that move because of rook c4, take back, and then the pawn is closer to queening.
He gives check. We're going to get king b4 now.
Hard Christian thinking, don't want the king in? Maybe there's some more pins.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, I was going to say you could go the other way because you can't take b5 right away. That seems like a weird move to play, but I mean, now I have rook a2 coming over here. King d6 is weird.
But he wants to get his king close to the g pawn. He's worried if that one becomes a runner, his king can help out in the defense.
Okay, interesting.
Okay, so is knight d4 getting me mated after some kind of rook a6 check, rook f... No, but I go king e7. So that's the problem, is white wants to create this staircase for the checkmate, but it feels like black is just in time to prevent that from happening. King e7 here. Oh, rook c6, wow.
That's a tough trade, right? The rook is so much better than the knight in these race positions.
But I guess the king support, if you can sacrifice your knight for the g pawn and use the king to support the b pawn, then you may be finding yourself in just
the knight is just so inept when it comes to stopping past pawns, so it's scary.
I'm actually not sure if this should be a win for white or somehow be a hole, but it feels like white should win based on the rook being so much stronger than the knight.
The knight's going to take. Maybe he'll play rook b6 or just start pushing. Here we go.
And it's a true race. But you
King
can't.
c5.
Danny, you can't go g4 too soon because then knight e5, hitting the pawn on g4 and threatening knight f3 check when the pawn moves.
What an idea. The knight goes to e5, and if g5, we get a fork on f3. Okay, that's key. Now you can push king c4 and push again.
And king c4, I can throw in rook c7 if I need to draw your king back.
But what's weird is king c4, rook c7, king d5, you go back, then I go back. Okay, well, knight a5 maybe even better then. That's just
that's a good move.
But it's scary, right? Because the knight's on the edge of the board. I was going to say that might be a move you want back.
But that's the point, is the rook only has those two squares, b7 and b8, and the knight is just chasing it off the b file.
Very nice.
So, rook b7 played knight a5. He's going to go rook a7.
Okay, but king b6? No.
I love how much of a question there was in your voice.
I don't know. I mean, knight c6. If rook b7 now, knight a5 is a draw. So Duda kind of giving a bit of a like, I don't really want the draw yet because only I can win, so I'm not going to repeat. Team Europe needs a W. The other game, by the way, I was just going to say, still going. The other game, by the way, is finally drawn. Team India, Humpy Canero draws on a Muzichuk. It was a rook ending that was the only other game still going, quickly flashing the final position. There was nothing to it. They repeated with a whole bunch of checks. But this is the one that Team Europe needs.
And this is a critical moment for Hari Krishna here, because when I look here, do I play b3? Do I play knight e5 to stop the g pawn sooner? Do I play king to d4 to bring my king in to support the pawn? But it just feels like a position that white should be winning. And there's teetering on the edge here, and he plays b3 after a long think, and rook c1 check, but king b5. The king is cut from the b pawn for the moment, so you can't play b2 because rook b1.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the key dysfunction, is you're not threatening to advance. So now you're getting scared. You'd like to play things like knight e5 and come in, but this is where the knight is really going to get flexed on by the rook. You play like king d4. If check, can I even go to c3? I'm going to pick up your pawn, and my rook can guard the g pawn. I think king d4 was an even better way to do that, but he may be headed to c3 anyway.
Yeah, king d4. Perhaps there was some worry about king to b4 and just trying to shoulder your king out. But you're right. This is
Wesley So saying that b3 was a mistake in the chess.com chat, and then he gives a meow. Interesting, Wesley. Interesting.
It's so difficult when the mistake is pushing your pass pawn. Right, like you're like, that's what I've been told to do. I have a pass pawn. I should push it. Again, g4. There might be some kind of knight f6, knight e4 check trick. Yeah. But after g4, knight f6, you're rook g1. Just don't blunder that pawn.
Yeah, I think he could have just gone g4, rook g1. The king is close enough to stop the pawn now, which means you can switch duties. The rook could have gone behind the pawn. I think you were right on the money there, partner. I think that you could have just switched gears with the rook and just pushed. Okay, not to say white still isn't winning, but
just g4, right?
g4 now. Hari looking a little more frustrated. Ugh.
What a game this was, where the king was on f7 on move 12 or whatever it was. And then Hari sacks an exchange, gets good position. And then in up and down battle, it's been JKD in this ending.
Well, Team Europe plays Team USA tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So if Team Europe holds the draw here, Robert, they're still in, shape to catch Team USA. So this is a huge game if Duda can win it.
Yes, and that head-to-head matchup will decide who will finish in second place. And for Team Europe, if you can withstand a loss by Levon Aronian because JKD can convert this one, you're getting more confidence in your board through. We saw him lose the game earlier to Yu Yang. It was a disappointing affair for him for sure. But now after 96, can I not just go king c3? And there it's played. And
the pawn is falling, and the g-pawn. The g-pawn will be enough.
Don't play g5.
Don't play g5. 94 check is a fork. And also, don't play rook takes c5 thinking you're winning in the king and pawn ending, because you're not. The king gets in just in time.
Yep, you look at the square, the king is inside the box, and that would be a draw.
Okay, white is winning with a number of other moves, including even like king b2. Yeah, okay, he does it. That was I think, the best and simplest. Now you can give a check. You can even push G5 now. Yep, here we go.
And you get one check. My king goes to B1. You have no more checks. And this is what's so annoying about a knight. A knight a diagonal away from a king, it takes 3 moves to give it another check, right? To go knight E1, knight F3, knight to D2, just to give it a check. So a knight's kind of lack of mobility, at least easy access to the square in front of it or next to it, it shows its ugly head here.
Wesley So saying, nice game by Duda, turning around a bad position. Whoa, turning around a bad position. So, agreed. Going to be a great victory here. And again, a huge one for Team Europe, keeping their chances close versus Team USA in the final day before our super final on Sunday.
And okay, so
G6.
what's going on? Yeah,
The check is
Hari
really
shakes
just
his
that.
head.
In fact, Hari just resigns. Indeed. Wow.
You know, Danny, I think I might have cursed the Indian team because I said it was, talking about Vidit, we saw the fist pump, help his team win the match, and then his team didn't win the match. So that may be a commentator's curse.
Vidit seems a little bit cursed himself in the event. When he lost, the team won. He wins, the team loses. He's finding his form, which makes you happy. And Hari, again, I mean, we said this earlier, whether he went on to win or lose this game, has played some of the most exciting chess. And so that part of it has just been a joy to watch. But this game was wild. Ultimately does not go the way of Team India. So, all right, we're going to take a very, very quick break. When we return, wrap up thoughts, make sure we take a quick look at some of the games that were the most instructive and interesting. And final moments here, round 8 from the FIDE Nations Cup in just a couple minutes. And we are back now, joined once again by Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Fabi, congratulations on the win, and thank you so much for rejoining us for another interview.
Thank you.
Now, Robert and I were really obsessed with the right way to convert this game with F7 check. It took you playing Queen H6 on the board for us to realize just how easy it was.
Yeah, it took me a while too because I was considering F7 or Knight G5 moves like that. Knight G5, I think Queen F6 just doesn't work out.
Right.
F7 might work, but then I spotted Queen H6 and I realized that he just resigns.
Well,
so
jokes aside about the last position, take us through if you would. I'm going to scroll through until you think there's something spicy to talk about. You obviously get a huge win here as white. Was the opening something you expected or prepared against Bassem Amin, or you were just going with the flow?
Well, I knew that he is very loyal to the King's Indian defense. So I expected this, and I decided to play a line which is extremely rare with Knight E2 and H3, but is not so stupid. But after c6, we were both on our own. I was just trying to play quickly to keep some time on the clock because I figured the main problems would come later in the game.
It seems like that's been a clear plan of yours thus far, is playing very quickly in the opening. So is that a testament to your solid preparation and just understanding that maybe the opening won't dictate the rest of the game, or is it just to build a lead on the clock and hope that that favors you when the dynamics start heating up?
It might be the third option, which is that I don't really feel like thinking at 8 in the morning.
Or it might be the fourth option, which is, of course, if you have to go to the bathroom.
Not this time. This time I was
okay.
good. But yeah, in this game, I figured that it's really, there's not much point in looking for subtleties early on because the start is too complicated to actually figure things out, and the time will be very important later. And I think that's pretty much what happened in the game. Although I felt like I got a very good position and then I completely ruined it. I mean, he played this interesting exchange sack. Okay, yeah, I don't know. Bishop c5 is a debatable decision, but I know that in a lot of these positions, like similar positions, if white sets up some sort of light square blockade, it can be extremely unpleasant for black to get this.
Well,
yeah,
the reason I paused here is because this was one of the first moments where Robert and I were commenting on the game, and I wanted to get your thoughts on bishop takes c5 because, as you said, it was kind of a critical moment. You decide to part ways with the bishop pair to go for this plan, and take us through the exchange sack, because when it happened here, I had a pretty obvious reaction on camera. It was a bit surprising to see rook a5.
Yeah, I didn't expect that one. I thought my position was good, but I expected him to take on c4, queen d6, or let me take on d6. But I understand it's difficult for black to find a move. He would love to get b5 in, but he can't quite do it. And I'll play bishop b5 before that.
Right, here you'll
he
just
would
take
love
everything.
to have this position with a rook on b8, for example. But he can't quite achieve that, so I understand his thought process, but rook a5 is a bit extreme also.
It's definitely one of the more unique sacrifices that I've ever seen, but it does force your hand. And that knight on c4, it's worth a lot to the position. So did you feel like after he played this move, somehow his position became easier to play? Or did you just think that you scoop up an exchange and it just should be good to convert for you?
I think he basically puts the responsibility on me, because before he had to come up with more difficult moves while my play is very easy and just trying to fight for the b5 square. Now I have to decide where to place my pieces, and the most difficult decision was where to put my knight on, because on c3 it's very poorly placed, I thought, and I thought the natural square is on d2, but I couldn't quite find a way to set it up comfortably. So I came up with this. I just played knight a4 because I thought it would force him to think, and because of the slight and very strange I don't even know what to call it. It's not a blunder, it's not a miscalculation. I just thought after queen a7 I could play queen g5 and invade on e7. And I didn't, for some reason, see that he can just play rook e8 and stop me in my tracks. And this doesn't really go anywhere for me. So I probably shouldn't have put my knight on a4. I should probably have played something like knight b1 and then try to set up my pieces with queen e3, knight d2.
Right.
And I probably should have done this without even thinking because it looks very natural. But yeah, knight a4 was probably not a good choice. Then I think he played well. b6, yeah. I saw no better place to put my knight. And here I wanted to stop bishop h6, but of course I do weaken my king side enormously with g4. And it was sort of based off on miscalculation, which is I thought I didn't see that he had queen b8 in the game.
Oh, so you saw this line was coming, but you didn't see this move.
Yeah, I mean, queen c7, I get e5 and d6 with tempo, and for some reason, queen b8 evaded my attention. And suddenly, now e5, knight f5, d6, rook e8, my center is kind of crumbling. And that might work out. I don't know if I have some way to...
Which one are you, after d6, what would black play here, you think?
Rook e8.
Uh-huh, okay.
And then, I don't know, I was looking at things like bishop b5 here and knight e4. It looked like a complete mess. Knight e4, bishop b5, like queen f3. Yeah. I don't think that it's easy for him either, but I also thought I might be risking significantly if I went for this.
Right.
So So
Okay.
yeah, this queen g3 I think was interesting. I mean, he shouldn't have allowed rook f6. This was a very serious mistake, I think.
Yeah, maybe he only saw his exchange sacrifice earlier in the game
Yeah.
and missed that you would do the same in return.
Yeah, I don't know if he overlooked rook f6 or if he underestimated it. Maybe he thought that he would have something after take, but
So what do you think he should have played here instead of?
well, I think the obvious choice is to take on c3, take on e4, queen e3, and knight g3. And I think that he has a good position, but I don't think he's better. I should probably play like rook f2. I thought he can play rook e8. He can sack f7 because that isn't the end of the world for him.
Wow.
But I didn't think I was worse here. So, and at that point, I kind of thought I might have to go for this sort of thing, because I already felt like I had completely lost my advantage, and I should start looking for bailouts.
So he misses it, and then you return the exchange sack favor. Very nice idea. Obviously, if the knight moves, then f7 falls, so black's hand is kind of forced. And then did you think you were winning at this point now?
Well, I didn't see anything better for him than what he did.
Yeah.
And I just had a difficult choice after knight e4, because bishop g6, fg, and here I had to decide between queen b8, which looks like a winning endgame to me.
Yeah.
Knight e4, I am up a pawn, and my pass pawns are very strong, or queen h4, like I played. But I thought after queen h4, king g8, knight e4, he has to take on e4, play queen g3, and I thought it should be winning.
Yeah, we actually looked at this in the game and saw you had queen g2 and thought that he would just kind of run out of checks.
Well, here, bishop f5, maybe. I was trying to avoid this.
Oh, okay.
I was going to play queen f2 first, instead of king h1, and then queen g5, now king h1, and now if bishop f5, I have rook e1.
Wow. The idea, you got to be worried about e4. Very nice. Okay.
I stopped all his counterplay.
Yeah. So he doesn't go rook e4, instead queen e5, and then a lot of calculation was going into this. We're like, how does Fabi finish it off? And then, takes the world #2 player to find queen h6 apparently sometimes with us.
No, but the thing is, I really was looking first at other options, and queen h6 didn't occur to me until like a few minutes of thought into it. And once I saw it, I played it within like 2 seconds, because he doesn't have a single check.
Right.
Well, Fabi, while we have you, we'll take a breath back here from the chess. Way to go on another good day for Team USA. You guys are now in clear second place, chasing China. It's kind of a race for second place at this point. I mean, let me just ask first, how impressed have you been with Team China and their consistency on every board?
I'm not surprised at all. It is quite impressive, and I mean, every board they have is strong. I mean, obviously, Ding Liren is extremely good to have on first board. He's both very solid, and he picks up wins. I mean, he's a great team player as well as being a great individual player. Yu Yangyi is kind of winning all his games, so that also helps their cause. And they have, in general, a very big advantage on fourth board. Ho Yifan is, the #1 ranked woman in the world, so it's natural that they're looking to score a big plus on that board as well.
Fabiano, Yu Yangyi did very well in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz last year when he played. And do you think he's a bit underestimated in these rapid time controls?
I don't really know, because it's difficult to say what underestimated means. I mean, everyone knows that he's a top player, but I guess he flies a bit under the radar compared to some of the more established top players. But that doesn't mean that he can't beat anyone in the world on a given day or have a fantastic event.
I guess part of my question is, in classical chess, his rating did take a bit of a tumble. So how do you, as a top player, look at players who may be struggling in classical chess and then adjusting to recognize that rapid and blitz are just kind of a totally different ballgame?
Well, I generally feel like rapid and blitz is sort of more of an equalizer in a way. Like the difference in strength becomes less visible. In general, that's my feeling, but I guess that could also be argued. I think also that the difference between, let's say, the 4 in the world and the number 25 in the world is really down to very, very small details. And it might not even sometimes be chess related. It might be psychology. It might be a lot of factors that go into the difference between, let's say 20 places in the world. And in Rapid and Blitz, some of that stuff could also go out the window, and then you have players who are equally skilled in chess, pretty much.
Yep.
Well, you're mentioning some of these X factors, I think, in terms of what makes a great chess player, the psychology, and maybe some of the different mental makeups of people that aren't just about the chess. It makes me want to ask you real quick, Fabi, the daily question as we let you go here. If you were a team captain, and you mentioned Yu Young being a great teammate, but what do you think goes into someone who does really well in these types of team events? Is it obviously being a strong chess player, right? That helps. It is a chess game. But are there other things about the mental makeup of people that you think do better in team events?
I don't really know, because you have teams that, let's say, are very closely knit, very good friends. Like, let's say Armenia was winning, I think they won 2 Olympiads in a row. And then they're all, a very close team, all very friendly. And you have teams where maybe that's not as much of a factor, but still they do very well. So I don't know if that really makes a difference. I think in general, it does help to not put too much pressure on yourself thinking about the team result. I mean, in general, if you play a bit more relaxed and you don't worry about what your teammates are thinking or what if your captain's worried about your game, and you just take the pressure off a bit, I think that does help.
Makes sense. I don't really have any other questions, Fabi. Again, thank you so much for taking us through the chess and for being an awesome interview here. So best of luck to Team USA on the final day. You guys have a head-to-head matchup against Team Europe. Do you know if you'll be in the lineup? You expect to play tomorrow?
Well, I don't know. I leave it up to the captain.
Okay.
Well, yeah, you play. Sorry, Dan. I was just going to say you play Team Europe and Team China, so you know that your destiny's in your own hands. I'm sure that makes you feel better about your chances, right? Because you control all the options here.
Well, early on in the event, I thought that it's really a long shot. After the first 2 days, it seemed like we weren't doing too well. And I thought it was a real long shot that we're going to finish top 2. But now, I mean, after today, the situation has improved really dramatically. And I think that we're probably slight favorites to finish top 2, but of course it is going to be very close, and it really does come down to that match against Europe. I mean, that will be, I don't know if it'll be a decider, but it might very well be.
Well, optimistic about Team USA chances. I think a lot of people are with the small lead over Europe, but like Robert said, best of luck in the head-to-head matchups against Europe and China, and maybe we'll be catching up with you on Sunday.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks, Fabi.
Bye, Fabi.
Thanks. See ya.
Once again, a great interview with Fabiano Caruana. He's awesome. Always appreciate his time and going through not just the chess, but just his thoughts on stuff. He gave a lot of thoughts about the different things that make up strong chess players. Sometimes it's not always just the X's and O's. He didn't really think of Yu Young as an underdog, necessarily, Robert, but he's a top player who, of course, has tons of respect for him. I think as far as the fans go, maybe they're just not really expecting Yu Young to be as good as he is. But anyway, the team captain certainly knows how good he is. That's why he's been in the lineup. Let's see what some of the responses were. At Sola Nice 1-3, they inspire those around them and always put the team first. That sounds like you, Robert.
I appreciate that one. I'll take this one. Hi XTO says, a player's ability to play different styles, able to go aggressive when the team needs a win or play solidly to hold for a draw, understanding when to push for the win or to take the draw is a must. I love that answer here.
Yep.
Because, if you're down in the standings like Team Europe is versus Team USA and you're playing them, you say, wait, we may need a win, and a loss is the same as a team draw, so we need to put in the player who feels gives us the most chances. And as you see the captains there, well, for Europe, it's Garry Kasparov. He really needs no introduction. We say that often, but I don't think Garry Kasparov, along with Magnus Carlsen, Bobby Fischer, the best-known chess players of all time. And then for Team USA, John Donaldson, as we compare those teams vying for second place, JD has been around for a long time, captaining Team USA, has won many medals, and has made very good decisions along the way.
Indeed, and we'll see what kind of decisions they make in this final day. It'll be interesting because I think no matter what, we'll have something to talk about in terms of who they decide to put in the lineup and why. It makes you think we'll probably get the same kind of players we've had today, because at least for Team Europe and Team USA, it seems like their best lineups are kind of being established. But who knows? We'll see what Gary Kasparov and John Donaldson, who have the biggest heat on them as far as captains and the decisions they make going into Saturday, do. So. All right, well, Robert, it's been another exciting day here. Awesome chess, and your final thoughts before we let people go on what you expect to happen tomorrow with Team USA versus Team Europe head-to-head battle. Give us a little bit of a preview.
It's a tough one to preview because Levon Aronian was off to a blistering pace in these middle rounds, winning 3 games in a row, but he then got stopped in his tracks by Vida Guzrathi. So we'll see if Levon is able to bounce back, as well as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at the top of that Team Europe lineup. But young Christophe Duda, he must be making Gary Kasparov happy there on board 3, as that's been the board that we have been concerned about. They lost earlier today against China on that board. But don't just look at Team USA versus Team Europe, because let's say that match is a tie. Then USA has to go up against China in the final round. And, well, no matter who else you play in the final round of this event, it's going to be an easier matchup than playing against Team China, which isn't clear first. So I think USA with a tough road ahead, it's going to be a struggle. But as Fabiano said, he likes his chances. I like the way Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, Karu Nakamura, and Irina Krush, that 4-player lineup has been doing wonders for Team USA. And if, with all due respect to Leonard Dominguez and Anna Zatansky, it just feels like that's where John Donaldson has to go. He's to rely on those 4 and hope that they can push this team to the super final.
Agreed, and we would expect those lineups. We'll see. I'd be interested if Anish Giri gets back in on board 3 for Team Europe and what team captain Gary Kasparov comes up with tonight. But either way, we've got the schedule in front of you. One last time reminder, of course, we'll be here yet again Saturday. The weekend is here. And then on Sunday, we will have a super final between China, likely, and another team. Of course, crazy things have happened before. China could suffer their last 2 match losses. Again,
But even if they lose their last 2 matches, they still.
I know. I was actually going to say, and then actually they would still be tied and actually still win.
No, the only USA can catch them. They're already 5 points ahead of Europe, so they are in the super final regardless.
Right. Well, that's the story, and we will have it all tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Really going to come down to Team USA and Team Europe. Exciting stuff. So make sure you're there. Tune in 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern, and like we said, a different time zone is 1500 CEST. I'm not going to go through all those right now. I am just going to say thank you to the whole team working hard to make this event happen. And we will see you tomorrow for rounds 9 and 10 of the FIDE Chess.com Online Nations Cup.